The last few moves of Yunxiao's elusive waves Heavenly Sutra technique were as fast as lightning, so fast that Jin Xian and the others could not even catch his afterimages. Finally, the pill was formed. A round pill spun in the air, emitting a surging pill fragrance and a warm light, making people want to swallow it. Mo Huayuan was dumbfounded. Even he could not have done Yunxiao's last few moves in one go. It was a divine skill. The entire room was abnormally quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. Yuan Gaohan's voice rang out in the Divine Realm tablet, and he sighed. So it's you. You're not dead, Gu Feiyang. Yunxiao's body trembled, and he knew that the other party must have seen through something. He smiled awkwardly and said, Old Yuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Yuan Gaohan didn't care about his cover-up and continued, That explains it. No wonder I always felt that you were unfathomable when I met you in the outer realm. From the age of your human cauldron, it seems that you are only 10 years old. If you really have such an achievement, then countless geniuses since ancient times will feel ashamed of themselves. He thought Yunxiao had seized another person's body. Why are you so sure that I'm Gu Feiyang? Yunxiao smiled. I'm Gu Feiyang. Yuan Gaohan said, The basic technique of the 12 styles of flying flower and falling snow. Even if my main body were here, I wouldn't be able to perform it better than you just now. Also, I've tried the final few moves of the elusive waves heaven scroll art, but I couldn't do it in one go. However, you've displayed them in such a marvelous way. Don't you think it's very similar to the sentence he said when he was forging the sword to cut the stars in the Sea of Soul formation? Yunxiao smiled wryly. He could not think of so many flaws. After all, the other party was also an extraordinary person, and it was indeed difficult not to be seen through after a long time of interaction, so he simply admitted it. He smiled and said, Now that you've exposed my identity, aren't you afraid that you'll never be able to leave this place? Yuan Gaohan's expression was full of bitterness. I finally understand now. You said that you would let me go after recovering your strength, but it turns out that you want to recover to the peak of the 9 heavens. Even if I didn't expose your identity, how could you let me go with the great secret of the Divine Realm tablet? Only when you return to the peak of the martial supreme realm, with this saint weapon in hand, will there be no more worries in the world. That will be the time when I regain my freedom. Haha, old Yuan, don't be so sad. Anyway, you're cultivating in the starry sky outside the universe, and you're also cultivating in my Divine Realm tablet. Besides, it's good for everyone to have more exchanges. Don't you want to participate in the restoration of the Divine Realm tablet? Yunxiao encouraged. Do you want to give up? Yuan Gaohan was silent for a moment before he said, Actually, if you go to the sacred zone and find my main body and let me return to my main body, I'll be willing to repair the Divine Realm tablet with you. After all, this kind of opportunity doesn't come by in any era. You don't have to worry about anything. Furthermore, my main body is here, so I'll have a greater chance. But I still hope it's safe, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'd like to play it safe. The holy region was a place where one might not be able to return. With the two of us, it's not difficult to repair the Divine Realm tablet. After all, I have the Great Realm Divine Technique. There are hundreds of ancient scriptures in a divine art. Don't you want to comprehend them? Don't even think about going back. I won't let you go before I return to the peak of the martial sovereign realm. Yuan Gaohan's heart trembled. When he thought of the Great Realm Divine Technique, his heart burned with passion. However, Xianxia, your body was taken over. The lifespan you can use is very limited. It's impossible for you to return to the peak of the martial emperor realm. You should be very clear about this. Don't worry, Yunxiao said. I didn't possess this body. It's my own. What? Yuan Gaohan raised his head in shock. His eyes filled with shock and confusion. Yunxiao shook his head. I don't really understand this myself. Let's put it aside for the time being. We'll talk about it after I've dealt with your disciple. His soul form disappeared from the Divine Realm tablet and returned to his body. Yuan Gaohan fell silent, his face still filled with shock, unable to accept the current situation. Yunxiao grabbed the pill in the air and held it in his palm as he looked at Mo Huayuan, who was dumbfounded. Master Mo, Which of the two pills is higher in quality? Han Xian and Xiao Xuanzi were extremely nervous at this moment. They discovered that these two 4-revolution true pills were actually supreme-grade existences, and their appearance and fragrance were almost identical. All three of them, including Wu Chun, found it very difficult to understand how Yunxiao could refine a pill of the same quality as Mo Huayuan. Mo Huayuan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Han Xian and the other two could not tell, but he knew very well that the quality of his 4-revolution true pill was slightly inferior to Yunxiao's. With his strength, he could have refined a stronger quality, but due to his lack of combat experience, he had made mistakes one after another. If Yunxiao had not reminded him in the middle, he would have lost even more miserably. Although he was unwilling to accept this match, he was sincerely convinced. "You've won, I've lost," he said bitterly. Mo Huayuan had lost? Han Xian and the other two were instantly petrified, as if they had lost their consciousness. They couldn't accept this fact. "Master, how can you lose?" Little Xuanzi said anxiously. "The quality of these two pills is about the same." His heart was filled with anxiety. Mo Huayuan's admission of defeat would be a great blow to his reputation. Mo Huayuan shook his head. "In terms of quality, this master's is indeed superior. If it wasn't for this master's reminder during the entire process, I'm afraid I would have lost completely." A strange look flashed in his eyes as he raised his hands over his head and bowed to Yunxiao, saying respectfully, "Mo Huayuan is willing to accept his loss. After witnessing Master's amazing skills today, he finally realized that he's just a frog at the bottom of a well. He's a laughingstock." His bow made Han Xian and the other two even more uncomfortable, and they felt extremely uncomfortable and awkward. Yuan Gaohan was silent, instead nodding with a smile of relief. Giving him a blow after reaching the 8th step would be extremely beneficial to his future growth. Moreover, this person's identity was actually Gu Feiyang, so he was worthy of his bow. Yunxiao naturally accepted the bow and said, "Hee, it's just that I've been single for so many years, so my hand speed is fast." Han Xian asked Wu Chan in surprise, "What does being single have to do with fast hand speed?" Wu Chen's face was slightly red. He said awkwardly, This Wan. I'm not very sure." His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Mo Huayuan lifted his body, his face filled with desolation as he laughed bitterly. But a golden light suddenly flashed in his hand, and the cold pearl dagger on the table appeared in his hand, and he swiped it across his neck. Bang! Yunxiao flicked a finger and knocked the dagger away. A look of surprise flashed across his face as he said with a smile, "You know I'm fast, but you still want to commit suicide in front of me?" "Master!" Little Xian was shocked, and hurriedly ran forward to pick up the cold pearl goo that had fallen to the ground and hid it. "Master, what are you doing?" Han Xian and Wu Chun were also shocked. They looked at each other and didn't know what was going on. Could it be that he couldn't accept the outcome of just one win? Yuan Gaohan was also stunned, and then anger appeared on his face. Mo Huayuan raised his head in shame and anger as he glared at Yunxiao and said, "I lost to you, so I have to follow your orders. However, I can't violate the agreement between me and the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, the only option is death. Master Mo, with your status and your master's status in the Holy Region, is there anything in the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce that can threaten you?" Han Xian was shocked and cried out, "You would rather die than help me?" Her heart continued to sink. "Don't ask any more," Mo Huayuan said dejectedly. "Just kill me," he said to Yunxiao. "I can't help the Purple Cloud Trade Union." Yunxiao frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he sneered and said, "You can't even beat me. So how can you help the Purple Cloud Trade Union? You don't have to worry about this. I have something else I need you to do." "Other things? You really don't want me to help the Purple Cloud Trade Union?" Mo Huayuan was in disbelief. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his expression darkened. "I also don't know anything about my big brother." Yunxiao had a headache. This was one of the things he had planned to ask. But when he saw Mo Huayuan's look, he gave up and said, "If it wasn't for Yuan Gaohan, I really wanted to beat you to death with my hammer. Forget about all this, You just have to help me teleport to Yufeng City. You know my master? Mo Huayuan sized Yunxiao up in disbelief. Although he could not believe it, he was also a little suspicious. After all, an alchemist who could cultivate such an outstanding talent could not be a nameless person, so it was very likely that he had met his master. At the thought of this, his attitude toward Yunxiao softened. To get to Yufeng City, we have to go through the long-distance teleportation formation of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce or the Big Dipper sect. It's not a difficult task for me. I promise you. When are you leaving? At this moment, he could not wait for Yunxiao to leave as soon as possible, so that the bet would be completely invalid. Yunxiao pondered for a moment. When he saw the anxiety on Han Xuan's face, he said, "In a few days. There's no hurry anyway. Reporter, other than those two matters, as long as I'm in Southfire City, you must listen to me on everything else." Of course, Mo Huayuan nodded. I, Mo Huayuan, am not a man of my word. After saying that, he looked at Yunxiao's mocking eyes and blushed. It's because I've promised the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. I can't do anything. Yunxiao did not bother to argue with him, but he could tell that the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce was indeed in a very dangerous situation. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce had made up their mind to eliminate them, and they had thought of all possible situations and cut off their retreat. Judging from Mo Huayuan's situation, the Purple Cloud Trade Union seemed to be in greater danger than she had imagined. Han Xuan's face darkened. The three of them left Mo Huayuan's residence in silence. Han Qian and Wu Chen's faces turned even uglier, and they were no longer as casual as before. There seemed to be an additional layer of estrangement between them, making them look very reserved. This was perhaps the only thing that the two women were happy about. With Yunxiao's skill, he would definitely be invincible in the alchemy competition held by the Chamber of Commerce. Han Qian, don't show such a bitter face, or you'll get old easily. We are friends after all, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'm not used to you being like this. Han Qian forced a smile and said bitterly, It seems that this disaster is inevitable. I only hope that young Master Yun can show his power in Songyue City and keep Tianyuan Trading Company's position. In this way, the Purple Cloud Trading Company will have a chance to survive. She said to Wu Yan, Immediately pass down the order to gather all the businesses of the Chamber of Commerce and cut off all the losses. Try to recover as much capital as possible. This time we're doomed to lose. We'll try our best to preserve our strength and hope that Dong Mountain can rise again with the help of Tianyuan Trading Company. Wu Chan shed 2 streams of tears and said, Guild leader, it's all my fault for being useless. I made a mess of Southfire City's affairs and didn't even have a friend who was willing to help us. The world has always been like this, Han Qian sighed. There are many who are willing to add flowers to the brocade, but there are few who are willing to send charcoal in the snow. A sorrowful atmosphere lingered in the hearts of the two, and they could not help but shed tears. Yunxiao could not stand it anymore, so he said with a smile, Do the two of you need to be so sad? Bring me all the recipes of the Chamber of Commerce's products, and I'll help you improve them within 3 days. I'll definitely beat the new shop. All the recipes in 3 days? In 3 days, Wu Yan said, If we can get more recipes for our core products than the ones for the Sky Crane Trading Company, we can still survive for a while until the situation at Tianyuan Trading Company stabilizes. The Sky Crane Merchant Association? The name of the new Chamber of Commerce? Don't worry, it's just a sock puppet that the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce has put forward. All you need to do is provide me with a large number of Starlight Stones and Primordial Stones, Yunxiao said with a disdainful smile. I'll get it done in 3 days. Starlight Stone? Han Qian asked in surprise. What did young Master Yun want that thing for? It's not a precious material. The more the better, Yunxiao said with a smile. Give me as much as you can. Yuan Gaohan's voice came over, carrying a trace of displeasure as he angrily said, Gu Feiyang, don't tell me you want me to do the hard work and improve dozens of recipes for them in 3 days? They're all low-level recipes, Yunxiao said through voice transmission. You can change them with a few casual glances. Don't you need Starlight Stones? You can see that I'm very poor. If I don't help, how can I help you? Yuan Gaohan's face turned red with anger, but he had nothing to say. People under the eaves had no choice but to do hard work. All of a sudden, little Xian caught up to her from a distance, took out a storage bag, and handed it to Han Xian. He kept bowing and apologizing. Sister Han Xian, little Xian was insensible before. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level. After apologizing, the kid ran away without waiting for Han Xian to say anything. After Yunxiao defeated Mo Huayuan, he did not dare to take Han Xuan's things anymore. They were like hot potatoes, so he finally made up his mind to return them to her. Wu Yan was annoyed. This kid is too slippery. He's so snobbish at this age. Yunxiao smiled meaningfully. He is Yuan Gaohan's granddisciple, and this is passed down from generation to generation. Perhaps Yuan Gaohan likes this kind of thing. Bullshit. The first thing I'm going to do after I get out of here is to get Huayuan to kill this brat. Yuan Gaohan said angrily. This kind of scum can't be left in this world. Little Xuanzi's life and death were decided by Yunxiao's teasing words. Han Xian also felt helpless. Shaking her head, she took out 3 golden jade slips from her ring, and after a little hesitation, she handed them to Yunxiao. A golden light rose from the jade slips and then dissipated. These are the recipes for all the products of the Purple Cloud Trade Union. They are very detailed. It was originally a priceless treasure, but now it's equivalent to trash. Every chamber of commerce had its own main products, which had been carefully studied and improved by countless generations of alchemists. They were the most confidential and precious treasures of any chamber of commerce. Han Xian had also added a spirit sense mark on the 3 golden jade slips, which could be destroyed with a thought. Yes, don't worry. We'll get the results in 3 days. Go and prepare, Yunxiao said. Give me starlight stones and primordial stones in 3 days. As many as you can. Just do your best and don't affect your normal operations. I still have some things to do, so I'll take my leave first. His long robe fluttered as he strode away. Looking at Yunxiao's departing figure, Wu Chan was a little worried and said, President, is this person really reliable? Such an important alchemy recipe, even if it can't be compared to the Sky Crane Business Council now, it can still be sold for a sky-high price if it's spread. With his strength that can defeat Master Mo, why would he need to covet our recipes? Han Xian shook her head with a bitter smile. She had no other way now, so she could only trust Yunxiao. However, she did not believe that he could develop all the improved recipes in 3 days. She only hoped that he could improve the core products so that the Purple Cloud Trade Union could last a little longer. After the 2 of them left, Yunxiao handed the 3 golden jade slips to Yuan Gaohan. Although Yuan Gaohan was extremely reluctant, he knew that he was already in the same boat as Yunxiao. Only by helping him with all his might could he have a chance to get out of here as soon as possible. Furthermore, all the cultivation resources from now on the Starlight Stones could only be provided by him. Yunxiao was now the richest pauper, with a body full of shocking treasures, but he could not even take out a few primordial stones. He soon returned to the inn where Mei Dong'er was staying, only to find that the place was empty. There was only a piece of paper left on the table, on which he wrote that he had returned to the Big Dipper sect and that he would definitely fight for the opportunity to use the teleportation array, so Yunxiao could wait with ease. Yunxiao pondered for a moment, and the note burned under his gaze, turning into ashes. Then, a green light flashed in his hand and a strange stone appeared. It was the green nether stone that he had extorted from Liang Quan. The quality of the stone was indeed not very good. After observing it for a while, Yunxiao held it in his hand and gently shook it with his primordial energy. Immediately, countless cracks appeared and began to peel off layer by layer. Soon, after nearly 2/3 of it was peeled off, another color, like brass, was finally revealed. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he immediately saw the material of the yellow core. It was by no means brass, but copper and gold, which were more precious than netherstone. After the entire copper and gold was stripped off, it turned out to be a doll the size of half a palm. Yunxiao was taken aback. He did not expect that there would be such a thing inside. When he scanned the green hellstone with his spiritual sense, he felt that it was strange. This doll was obviously placed there by someone and was definitely not created by heaven and earth. He studied it for a while and seemed to have discovered something, but he was unable to grasp the main point. After some thought, he directly threw it to Yuan Gaohan, while he sat down and started cultivating. Yuan Gaohan was now his personal alchemist, so he did not need to be polite. The next day, Yunxiao opened his eyes and disappeared from the room in a flash, heading in the direction of the Big Dipper sect. The Big Dipper sect's intersect competition was an extremely grand event in the entire South Fire City. At the same time, various forces were invited to watch. It was also an opportunity to prove the strength of the sect, allowing some outstanding disciples to gradually appear in front of the large sects. In addition to the invited major forces, there were also many martial artists who took the initiative to visit, which was also a good opportunity to exchange insights. Yunxiao met many warriors along the way, and soon he was traveling with a few people. The Big Dipper sect and the Heavenly Scorpion sect have a competition every 2 years. There's also the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce's auction. It's the biggest event in Nanhua City and attracts countless people's attention. A stubbled man dressed in a tiger-type demonic beast's fur coat spoke with great interest. There were a total of 5 people in their group. The other 4 seemed to be foreigners, so he was like a guide, satisfying his mouth. The strength of the 5 of them hovered around the low-level martial arts grandmaster. Birds of a feather also gathered together. The gap in cultivation caused an extremely strict ranking. Those who were stronger disdained to be associated with them, and those who were not strong enough were not worthy of their attention. The competition in the Big Dipper sect is extremely brutal. The top 10 disciples in every great competition can become the sect master's direct disciples. There would also be a competition among the many personal disciples of the sect master, and the last 10 would be eliminated. It is precisely because of this cruel environment that the Big Dipper sect was able to produce so many talents and maintain its position as the #1 power in South Fire City for several thousand years. The man's eyes were filled with envy as he said, "As the sect master's direct disciple, there are no restrictions on the supply of vitality stones for cultivation. As for the various medicinal pills and spiritual herbs, they are also 10 times more than ordinary elders' disciples. If I had such resources, I would have reached the martial emperor realm long ago. I wouldn't have been stuck in the 5-element realm for more than 10 years. In that case, why don't you join the Big Dipper sect?" Yunxiao asked. "With your strength, it's very likely that you'll make it into the top 10 in the tournament." Mei Dong-er was only a 6 stars martial grandmaster, yet she was so confident. He could roughly estimate the overall strength of the Big Dipper sect. Such a force was definitely one of the top existences in the southern region. However, in the other 3 regions it was still possible to be a local snake, but it would be very difficult to mingle with the world. "You think I'll join just because you say so?" The man smiled bitterly. "Not to mention that my age has long exceeded the range of their disciples, and the Big Dipper sect and the Heavenly Scorpion sect are very cautious in recruiting people. They must investigate your family background thoroughly. Even so, with my current situation, I can only join their guard team, and the resources I receive are very limited." "Guards?" Yunxiao asked. "Guards?" The man sighed. "That's right. They specifically recruit scattered martial artists like us. Similar to a job interview. The monthly stipend is about the same as their ordinary disciples." The man's name was Shou Wei, and he was a local rogue cultivator. There were some special places in South Fire City and other places. Because it was located near the Lee Fire Golden Crystal Mine, a large number of itinerant martial artists came to mine all year round. These martial artists did not belong to any power and were sandwiched between the local power and the power of the Chamber of Commerce in order to survive. Therefore, they often formed groups and stayed together for warmth. Shou Wei was a senior rogue cultivator. Before he came to Nanhua City, he was only a peak martial king. After staying here for more than 10 years, he had already broken through to the 6 stars martial grandmaster realm. Moreover, he had been stuck at this realm for 3 years. He was afraid that he would be stuck at this realm for the rest of his life. He also planned to mine for a few more years, then find a small sect and become an elder of some kind to retire and nurture his descendants. As for the other 3, one of them was short and fat like a big meatball, giving people a greasy feeling. He didn't want to reveal his real name either and was very fat. There was also an old man with a goatee. He was dressed in a sloppy red robe and looked very wretched. The last person was actually a woman. She was dressed in simple palace clothes and had some charm, but she always had a cold face and did not smile. The three of them had been in Nanhua City for some time, but they had never seen the grand competition between the Big Dipper sect and the Heavenly Scorpion sect, so they came here to witness it. Soon, they entered the territory of the Big Dipper sect's mountain range. Not long after, they encountered the Great Mountain Protecting Formation. It was difficult for them to fly, so the five of them directly landed and advanced on foot. A quiet stone path meandered up, surrounded by spiritual energy. The Big Dipper sect was one of the most powerful local forces in Southfire City and occupied the best feng shui lines. Moreover, there were traces of fire element in the spiritual energy. It was obvious that this area of the earth vein contained Li fire golden crystals, which were a great wealth of resources. The five of them went up and soon saw a long pavilion. Several members of the Big Dipper sect were standing there, checking the identities of the people who passed by. Shou Wei walked up first and said respectfully, "So it's Elder Lu who is personally guarding this place." A white-bearded old man with an extraordinary appearance was resting on a pear chair inlaid with gold and wrapped in jade with his eyes closed and his expression lazy. He turned a deaf ear to Shou Wei's words and crossed his fingers in front of his body, still looking calm. Shou Wei knew that his rank was not high enough and was not worthy of Elder Lu's personal reception. He had experienced such things many times and didn't find it strange. Yunxiao gently swept his divine sense over the old man and found that he was only a one-star martial supreme. However, in front of martial arts grandmasters like them, he did have the right to put on airs. "So it's Shou Wei, go in." A middle-aged man in a yellow shirt beside the old man waved his hand, indicating that he had passed. Shou Wei passed right in front of them, followed by Yunxiao and the other three. But suddenly, they were stopped by an invisible force, and their faces changed slightly. "Who are the four of you?" the middle-aged man in the yellow shirt asked coldly. Shou Wei hurriedly turned around and explained, "This lord, these four people came with me to watch the competition. Since he's here with you and you're an unfamiliar face, you should know the rules," the middle-aged man in yellow said coldly. "Of course I know," Shou Wei replied. "Anyone who can't prove their identity must have their cultivation sealed by the Big Dipper sect's master before they can enter," he said to the four of them. When he saw the faces of Yunxiao and the other three change, he said in a hurry, "Don't worry. This seal will only last for 3 days at most. The Big Dipper sect's intersect competition will also end in 3 days. During this time, there will be a Big Dipper sect master in charge of your safety, so you can rest assured. I was also sealed every time in the past," he added. The yellow-robed middle-aged man said coldly, "Shou Wei is quite famous in Southfire City, so he can be granted the title. As for you unknown rogue cultivators, you must be sealed. Otherwise, you can return the way you came." As he spoke, his aura pressed down invisibly. He was a 3 stars martial emperor, and his words immediately made the faces of several people change. Yunxiao was speechless, but in order not to get into trouble, he also showed a panicked look like the others. However, no matter how he looked at it, he felt uncomfortable. "All right, since the rules are like this and everyone is the same, I have nothing to say," the round-faced rich kid sighed. The middle-aged man in the yellow shirt nodded and drew a few symbols in the air. Then he struck the symbols into the fat boy's body. The fat ball had a look of panic on its face, but it quickly returned to normal. The aura of a martial arts grandmaster on its body was extinguished in an instant. It had indeed been sealed, and not a single trace of Yuan Qi could be squeezed out of its dantian. The other goateed man and the cold-faced woman were extremely unwilling, but they still walked over and had the yellow-robed middle-aged man seal them. Finally, it was Yunxiao's turn, and everyone's eyes fell on him. "If you don't want to seal it, then go back," the middle-aged man in yellow said coldly. Yunxiao sighed and said to himself, "Let's try." What troubled him was that the yellow-robed middle-aged man's sealing technique was very low level. Even if he suppressed his power, the other party might not be able to seal him. After all, he had cultivated the tyrant body tempering technique and the bright moon body, so he could automatically resist ordinary external forces. If he wasn't sealed, he would probably be in trouble. The middle-aged man in the yellow shirt consoled him instead, saying, "There's no need to be afraid. Our Big Dipper sect's unique technique is extremely advanced. It won't leave any side effects." "Xianxia, I'm a little nervous," Xianxia said. "I'm afraid I won't be able to resist. Can you put more strength into it?" The middle-aged man in the yellow shirt was stunned for a moment before he sneered. "No matter how you resist, it's useless." He also drew a few symbols and slapped them directly on Xianxia's body. Xianxia felt a strange force penetrate his body, which was immediately blocked by his physical strength and was about to be devoured. He hurriedly suppressed the power of his physical body and allowed the power to flow along his meridians to his dantian. It turned into a thin layer of paper-like seal and covered it. His aura of a 5-stars martial grandmaster gradually disappeared. The middle-aged man in the yellow shirt was very satisfied. He waved his hand and said, "You can go in now. Showei knows the way. Let him lead you in." Xianxia followed the four of them into the mountain range. Suddenly, he was slightly taken aback. He clearly sensed that Elder Lu seemed to have opened his eyes, and his divine sense swept over him a few times, only dissipating when it found nothing. After the group had gone far away, the yellow-robed middle-aged man in the pavilion looked at the old man who had opened his eyes in surprise and hurriedly stepped forward. "Martial Uncle Lu, what's wrong?" Elder Lu's long white eyebrows furrowed as he said, "The young man just now is indeed not even 20 years old, but he is actually a 5-stars martial grandmaster. Even in the Big Dipper sect, I'm afraid only Mei Dong can compare to such a talent." The middle-aged man in the yellow shirt was shocked and said, "Not even 20? I thought he had changed his appearance and didn't check carefully. I heard that junior sister Dong has already reached 6-star. Elder Lu said slowly. "After that girl was taken away, she came back on her own. She didn't say a word and didn't want to see anyone. She went directly into seclusion and waited for the great competition to begin today." The middle-aged man's face turned dark. Could junior sister Dong have already been violated by someone? Elder Lu raised his head and glanced at him, causing the yellow-robed middle-aged man to hurriedly lower his head. "No," Elder Lu said. "How can a virgin hide from the eyes of us?" The only thing that everyone found strange was why she had stepped into the 6-star realm after just one trip. Something must have happened. However, since she is not willing to say, then forget it. It is good that she is fine. Elder Lu looked in the direction where Xianxia and the others had disappeared and said, "Go and find out about the background of the youth just now. If it's clean, then try to take him into my Big Dipper sect. If such a genius can't join us, then let him die." He pondered for a moment and then casually said, "If he's a genius, then he'll die. Then let him stay at the 5-stars martial grandmaster level forever." "Yes." The yellow-robed man's heart trembled as he hurriedly replied, a sharp look flashing through his eyes. Xianxia and the other 5 soon crossed a mountain, and suddenly the fat man said, "Showei, you've been in Southfire City for so many years. Have you ever heard of the Northern Scorpion sect?" Everyone was taken aback, and Xianxia frowned as he thought, "I'm going to kill him. The North Scorpion sect? What a strange name." Showei was stunned. After pondering for a while, he said, "I've heard of this before. It seems that the Big Dipper sect and the Heavenly Scorpion sect used to be one sect called the North Scorpion sect. Later, they separated into 2 sects. Why are you suddenly asking about this?" he asked curiously. The fat and round guy smiled wretchedly and said mysteriously, "Then have you ever heard of the treasures left behind by the North Scorpion sect and why they split up?" "Everyone knows about the North Scorpion sect's treasure," Showei said. "It's no secret. It was said that the Big Dipper sect and the Heavenly Scorpion sect had split up because of this treasure. However, this treasure has always been hidden in the mountains, and no one has ever seen it. You're right at the beginning, but the last part is a joke. If we didn't open the treasure, do you think the Big Dipper sect and the Heavenly Scorpion sect can compete with the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce?" The fat and round fellow laughed. Everyone was shocked. Even Shou Wei's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Shut up! If he wanted to live, he should know what to say and what not to say. I don't know what you mean by that, but I don't want to hear another word from you. If you continue, please don't come with us." Shou Wei had been in Southfire City for the longest time, so there was naturally some reason for him to be able to live until now. He had seen too many people suffer from unexpected disasters, so he naturally knew some things about survival. One of the most important rules was not to say things that shouldn't be said, and not to interfere in things that shouldn't be interfered with. Seeing his intense reaction, the fat and round boy laughed a few times in embarrassment and no longer said anything. "I'm doing this for your own good, and for everyone's good," Shou Wei said with a gloomy face. The other people also glanced at the fat boy and continued to walk forward in silence. The cyclone in Yunxiao's dantian stirred, and the seal disappeared like a bubble. A strange look gradually appeared on his face, because he found that, apart from himself, 2 of the 4 people who had been sealed had also opened their seals. One was fat and round, the other was a cold-faced woman in palace clothes. Only the wretched man with the goatee was the most ordinary, and no aura could be detected at all. The fat and round girl and the woman in the palace dress didn't know that they had been exposed. They pretended to be sealed, and the 5 of them quickly moved forward in the mountain. Soon he saw a row of small courtyards. There were already many people living inside. There were also a few people who looked like Big Dipper sect disciples guarding outside. "We'll be staying here today," Shou Wei explained. Yunxiao frowned. "Live here? Isn't the competition starting today?" Shou Wei smiled. "Indeed, but today is only the most basic drawing of lots and qualification assessment. There's still the top 50 outer tournament. Because there are more people, it's more chaotic. So, there won't be any visitors on the first day. Tomorrow would be the advancement of 50 to 20, and the last day would be the most exciting advancement of 20 to 10. At the same time, all the local forces and major Chamber of Commerces would be invited to watch. At that time, all the influential figures in Southfire City will appear." Yunxiao was not interested in watching these disciples compete. He just wanted to see if Mei Dong-er could squeeze into the top 3. In that case, it would be good for him to find a place to settle down and cultivate quietly. He would go and watch on the 3rd day. Shou Wei had already greeted the Big Dipper sect disciple who was maintaining order and safety at the entrance. The Big Dipper sect disciple pointed inside, which seemed to be a corner of the row of small courtyards. Shou Wei led the 4 of them straight to a small courtyard in the corner. Along the way, they passed by a few corridors where many cultivators were chatting and laughing inside, looking at the 4 of them with interest. It was discovered that almost half of the people inside had their cultivation sealed. They were basically silent, afraid that they would be at a disadvantage if they caused trouble. As for those who weren't sealed, each and every one of them was extraordinarily proud, showing that they had received special treatment. "Try to keep a low profile here. Otherwise, your cultivation will be sealed, and it's very likely that you'll lose your lives," Shou Wei carefully warned. The goateed man's expression changed, and he said, "Aren't there people from the Big Dipper sect maintaining order? Who would dare to make a move here? You guys saw it too. The only ones maintaining order are the few Wu Zong disciples at the entrance. Their abilities are limited, so you have to be careful," Shou Wei said in a low voice. "This buy-in..." The goateed man was stunned. He seemed to feel extremely uncomfortable. When he thought about how his cultivation was sealed and how he was surrounded by cold gazes, he couldn't help but feel like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. The fat and round earth and the cold-faced woman in palace attire didn't have much expression. The 2 of them had long since been unsealed. This should be the place. Shou Wei took a look at the entrance of the courtyard. It was indeed a little old and broken. In this place he couldn't care much and walked straight in. As soon as he stepped in, his expression changed drastically. A strong wind shot out from inside and turned into a sharp palm shadow that slapped down directly, accompanied by a cold shout. "Who are you? Get lost!" Shou Wei was shocked and hurriedly struck out with his right palm. Powerful yuan qi condensed into a palm in the air and kept compressing. Boom! Two palm shadows, one big and one small, collided in the air. The strong wind was sent flying in all directions. Some of the trees in the courtyard were instantly shattered, and even the courtyard gate was completely blown off. Shou Wei didn't gain the upper hand from that palm and was actually at a slight disadvantage, which made him feel uncertain. He was a peak 6 stars martial grandmaster, while the other party's cultivation was at least 7 stars, or even higher. The huge tremor immediately attracted the surrounding martial artists. Dozens of light beams shot over and all of them stood in the air not far away, watching the show with ridicule. As for those who were sealed, they wanted to come forward to take a look, but they were afraid of bringing disaster to themselves, so they hesitated for a moment. Shou Wei's face was full of anger as he shouted, "Who are you? This courtyard was given to us by the Big Dipper sect." A faint voice came from inside. "Oh? We thought that no one was living there, but since we're already living there, you guys can move." "What? You're going too far." Shou Wei was furious. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, the other party didn't give him any face at all. In front of so many cultivators, he was considered a respected man in Southfire City. How could he pull down his face? At this time, the Big Dipper sect disciples were also alarmed and flew over from a distance. The young man in the lead shouted, "What's the matter? How dare you attack in the Big Dipper sect?" After Shou Wei explained the whole story, the disciples shouted into the courtyard, "Who are you? Why aren't you staying at the designated place?" A voice came from inside. "The designated place is too small for so many of us, so we found another room. You can ask them to find another place." The surrounding people were all stunned and secretly guessed who these people were. They actually dared to order the disciples of the Big Dipper sect to do things. They were truly extremely arrogant. One had to know that those who were arranged to stay in these places were basically itinerant cultivators. Those who had sects backing them were all in other delicate and elegant places. They were all very respectful to the Big Dipper sect and didn't dare to disobey. Not only did these people snatch their territory, but they also asked them to leave. They were truly audacious. The disciple's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed, "It's you guys!" He suddenly revealed a difficult expression. Shou Wei's heart clenched as well. He seemed to have sensed something amiss when he saw the Big Dipper sect disciple's expression. As expected, the disciple quickly regained his composure. He looked coldly at Shou Wei and the other four and said, "We're all here to watch the Big Dipper sect's competition. Be modest to each other and don't cause trouble. Understand?" Without waiting for Shou Wei's reply, he gave a look to the other disciples and left with a wave of his hand. This buy-in. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned. How could there be such a way to solve the problem? This was equivalent to not solving it. Once they left, they would continue to fight. Shou Wei was also dumbfounded. He stood there and looked into the small courtyard. He began to ponder, as if he was a little afraid of the identity of the person inside. The goateed, perverted man saw that he was surrounded by people and looked at him from afar. He felt uncomfortable and said, "Let's go to another place." "Exchange?" Xianxia said coldly. "Now that everyone thinks we're easy to bully, where should we go? I'm afraid I can't change anywhere. If you show weakness, everyone will step on your head and shit on it." Shou Wei's heart trembled as he gave Xianxia a surprised look. His eyes flickered as he cracked his knuckles and said in a deep voice, "Not bad. If you take a step back, you won't be able to move forward." At this moment, he suddenly had a realization. The shackles of the 6 stars martial grandmaster seemed to be shaking. Shou Wei was shocked. He didn't think that he would feel like breaking through just because of a sentence from this kid. He suddenly took out an elixir that exuded an extremely strong spiritual qi and swallowed it in one gulp under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Suddenly, the bottleneck that had been holding him back for several years was finally broken through in one breath. The light of advancement was faintly emitted from his body, causing the people around him to exclaim in surprise and reveal looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Shou Wei finally understood. After struggling in Southfire City for so many years, he had become more and more protective of his life. His fighting spirit had long been worn away. No wonder he had been doing nothing all these years. If he were to back down now, he would be stuck at the 6 stars martial grandmaster level for the rest of his life. After he rushed into the 7-star realm, he suddenly felt that the front was flat, and the wide road of martial arts opened up. Since the disciples of the Big Dipper sect don't care, don't blame me for being impolite. Shou Wei shouted into the courtyard. His personality had completely changed. He didn't even address the people of the Big Dipper sect as respectfully as he did before. A sneer came from the small courtyard. You've just broken through to 1 star, and you're already overestimating yourself. On account of your ignorance, you better leave now, or you'll lose your life for nothing. A cold smile flashed across Shou Wei's face as he strode into the courtyard. You're looking for death. The people in the courtyard were instantly enraged when they saw that he did not listen to their advice. With a loud shout, the door was smashed open with a bang. A gray figure rose into the air, and vital chi churned around his body. Then, he struck down with his palm like a tsunami. A peak 7 stars martial grandmaster. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes as he saw through the man's strength. He naturally didn't care about this level of cultivation, but Shou Wei had just broken through to 7 stars. It was still a little difficult for him to receive this palm. When Shou Wei felt the wave-like pressure, he immediately understood that this person's cultivation was above his. His face turned ashen and he hurriedly gathered all his yuan qi under his palms. Immediately, his palms were like red-hot iron, causing the surrounding air to be heated to the point of white smoke. Red meteorite iron palm. 2 large red palm imprints slapped out in front of him, and the 4 palms immediately collided. The strong wind was suppressed to the point that it let out an ear-piercing sound, like countless birds being strangled and crying miserably. An invisible yuan qi spirit pressure was formed, pressing down on Shou Wei's iron palm until it gradually lost its red color and turned green. Shou Wei's legs were directly jolted into the ground, sinking into his knees. The current situation was like riding a tiger and not getting off. He could not escape even if he wanted to. He could only struggle to hold on. However, he had just entered the 7-star realm. There was still a big gap between him and the other party's 7-star expert. He did not know how long he could hold on for. The outcome was very bad. Moreover, there seemed to be more than one person in the small courtyard. There seemed to be an accomplice. The center of Shou Wei's palm began to crack, and many of his acupuncture points also began to bleed. If there was no other way to resolve it, he could only be shaken to death by the other party. The gray-robed man who struck down from the sky had already circulated his yuan qi to the extreme. He was only half a star stronger than Shou Wei. Although he had the upper hand, it wasn't easy for him either. His forehead was full of sweat, and his eyes were filled with cruelty. Yunxiao's expression did not change. He could tell that Shou Wei could not hold on any longer, and he would explode and die if this went on. A fire cloud gradually appeared between his eyebrows and flashed by. The gray-robed man, who was circulating his vital qi with all his might to suppress the pressure, suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech. His entire body rapidly turned black, and the power on his palms disintegrated in an instant. Shou Wei's iron palms suddenly exploded, and the air that was originally compressed to the extreme exploded, sending him flying in an instant. Everyone saw the gray-robed man's body suddenly turn black, and then blood sprinkled down from the air. He was shaken back into the small courtyard, and he screamed repeatedly. Shou Wei was overjoyed that he was saved, but he felt strange inside. He didn't understand why the other would suddenly go crazy. Was it the backlash of the cultivation method? The man in the gray robe was rolling around in the courtyard. There were more and more black burns on his body, as if he had been burned dry. He was in great pain. At this moment, 3 more people flew out of the room. One of the men helped the gray-robed man up and fed him a pill. He said in surprise, "What a powerful fire elemental power!" He took out a piece of ice soul and put it into the gray-robed man's hand. What made them feel a chill was that the moment the ice soul touched their hands, it turned into a pool of boiling water and gave off hot air. This is the ice soul from the 10,000-year-old ice at the bottom of the East Sea. One of them was extremely shocked and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The man in gray's body melted as soon as it touched his hand, but his injuries gradually stabilized. Most of his body had been carbonized. At this time, the elixir also began to take effect, and the pain gradually subsided. One of the men turned around and stared at Shou Wei's hands coldly. He said, "What a vicious martial skill. It's really hidden." Shou Wei was stunned for a moment and immediately understood that this person had misunderstood. He was also very curious as to who had saved him so silently that no one seemed to have noticed. But he naturally wouldn't expose her, and only coldly snorted, "You asked for it." The man's expression changed slightly, but he seemed to be afraid. "Since that's the case, then I'd like to see your Excellency's brilliant moves." He took a step forward and arrived in front of Shou Wei. The other two men followed suit. The three of them formed a formation of 3 talents and surrounded Shou Wei. The aura they exuded was above that of Shou Wei, but they were afraid and didn't dare to make a move. Shou Wei's heart clenched and he immediately broke out in cold sweat. He thought that if that expert had not acted, he would have been finished. His face was still filled with anger as he shouted, "Do you want to join forces?" It seemed that this group of people would not stop until a few of them were killed. Just now, he had only condensed an illusionary image of the true phoenix fire and burned it lightly. If he had condensed real fire, with the power of the gray-robed man's 7 stars martial grandmaster, he would have been turned into ashes in an instant. There was no possibility of survival. He was thinking about what he should do now. If he were to make a move, it would be too conspicuous. His eyes immediately fell on the fat and round girl and the cold-faced woman. The two of them had been watching coldly and calmly. Even when Shou Wei couldn't hold on any longer, he didn't take any action. They were too cold. A smile appeared in his eyes as he had an idea. "I want to see what kind of existence that hidden fire element of yours is. If your strength can be recognized by me, I won't hold you accountable for your previous crimes. Perhaps I can even give you a chance to join us," the man said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his right hand over, and a dragon-shaped yellow sand rolled up and circled around his body. The area became larger and larger, and the yellow sand filled the sky. His body actually became a little dazed. This person had also mastered the power of elements, and he had been suppressing his cultivation to the best of his ability. He did not want to reveal it under such circumstances. The yellow sand gradually spread and condensed, forming a dozen small snakes in the air. They flicked their tongues at Shou Wei, looking very intelligent. Xianxia was surprised. He did not expect this man to have such a trick. Each of the snakes had the strength of a 9 stars martial grandmaster, and they completely suppressed Shou Wei. Shou Wei lost all color in an instant. He had originally wanted to fight to the death, but now the little snakes that the other party had transformed into were definitely suppressing him. It was like hitting a rock with an egg, with no chance of winning. The other cultivators who were watching from afar also revealed shocked and solemn expressions. This man's strength clearly exceeded their expectations. From this move alone, he was at least a martial emperor. No matter how strong Shou Wei was, he couldn't challenge someone 1 realm above him. "Don't worry. Just use your elemental power. As long as you can enter my eyes, you will be fine. Otherwise, woo-woo." The man suddenly stopped talking. Obviously, those who didn't catch his eyes were finished. He raised his hand high and his 5 fingers clawed down. At this moment, the little snake suddenly straightened up, and a fierce light burst out from its eyes. "Go!" the man said as he pointed his 5 fingers. Whoosh! More than 10 earth and sand snakes flew down one after another. Each of them was equivalent to a 9 stars martial grandmaster. Shou Wei's eyes were filled with despair and bitterness. He didn't expect that he would die so tragically here after breaking through the shackles that he had been stuck in for so many years. Suddenly, Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as he said, "Form shift!" A powerful energy shot out from his eyes, and the space distorted. The fat ball and the cold-faced woman were suddenly sucked into the distorted space, appearing in front of Shou Wei in the next moment. This buy-in. The round-faced man and the cold-faced woman in the palace dress were watching the fight in the air with full attention. Suddenly, they felt a strong mental power fluctuation. Before they could react, they only felt a wave of dizziness. They immediately saw more than 10 sand snakes coming down from the air. Each of them was a 9th-rank martial grandmaster. The two of them were scared out of their wits at the same time. They didn't care what was going on and exploded their vital chi. Two powerful forces spread out from their bodies and attacked at the same time from the left and right of Shou. This time, not only the two of them were baffled, but everyone's eyes were wide open. No one actually saw how they came over. The man's pupils suddenly shrank and he revealed a shocked expression. He cried out, "Form shifting!" The other two companions were also shocked. They hurriedly made preparations to attack and were completely on guard. A few glass-like balls appeared in the fat ball's hand. He held them between his fingers, and they emitted the power of thunder and lightning. He waved his fists and threw them out, one faster than the other. The lightning balls were shot out one by one, and the power of thunder and lightning connected each other. Soon, a powerful electric net was formed, and it was thrown at the sand snakes. Bang, bang, bang! The earth sand snakes that hit the electric net exploded one by one, turning into yellow sand. The power of the electric net gradually weakened. The cold-faced woman immediately calmed down after her panic. She took out an exquisite jade-green folding fan and gently opened it. Immediately, a green aura gushed out. With a soft cry, the folding fan immediately unsealed and turned into a huge fan nearly 2 meters long. She grabbed it with both hands and fanned it with all her might. An invisible gust of wind swept out from the fan, and the earth snakes exploded like firecrackers. The woman coldly snorted and waved her long fan again, blowing away all the sand in the sky. While everyone was in shock, the two of them stood quietly on the left and right of Shou, just like his guards. Shou was stunned for a moment. Then he was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "So the two of you were hiding your true strength. Thank you for saving my life. And thank you for that attack earlier." The fat and round Earthman and the cold-faced woman in the palace dress looked at each other and saw the bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes, as well as a trace of fear and dread. The two of them sneaked a glance behind them, where Xianxia and the goateed man were standing. The two of them were certain that one of them had teleported them up here. This kind of form-shifting technique could only be performed by those unattainable great alchemists. Their bewildered gazes were mostly focused on the goateed wretched man, because he was the biggest suspect. As for the goateed man, he mumbled to himself in fear, "What's going on? Didn't they seal their powers? No wonder you dare to challenge us. Who are you? What are you doing in the Big Dipper sect?" The man who had used the earth element martial skill shouted with a gloomy face. These two men were able to break his martial skill so easily, which meant that they were at least martial emperors. At this time, the fat guy had no choice but to step forward and snorted coldly. "Since you've come to the Big Dipper sect, you're naturally here to watch the sect competition. Are you not?" The man was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered, "Of course we are, but it's very suspicious if you are." The cold-faced woman also said in a cold voice, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Take your people and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." The man's face turned ugly. With their current strength, they couldn't gain any advantage, and his people had left for the time being. If they continued to fight, they would suffer a big loss. He immediately snorted, "Good. I'll let you have this place for the time being. Let's see if you have the ability to stay here." He was obviously the leader of these people. With a wave of his hand, the other two people looked at each other and then landed in the small courtyard to help their companion who had been more than half carbonized. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they left dejectedly. The entire courtyard was very wide, and the four of them could be seen landing in a huge house in the distance. Shou's eyes revealed a look of worry. Although the people gathered here were all rogue cultivators, they were treated differently. The place where the few of them had landed was the largest courtyard in the area. There had even been a martial supreme level rogue cultivator who had lived there. However, he couldn't care less about this now. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed deeply to the fat and cold-faced woman in the palace dress, thanking them. Thank you for your help. After he exposed Hanchuan's photo today, the general reaction was to like it very much. However, there were also a few who said that they were not good-looking. In all honesty, they had no makeup or Photoshop on their faces. Then, let's not talk about the ugly fruits. You guys can go to Baidu and search for Bingbing and Feifei's photos without makeup and Photoshop to see who is more beautiful. And today is Hanchuan's birthday. I didn't know about it. The day before yesterday, she asked me why I chose today to post the photo. I said it was any time, but I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Here, Zhu Tongxian is getting prettier and prettier. I'll find a boyfriend and get married soon. Hee. The fat and round guy felt an indescribable bitterness and cursed in his heart. I don't want to save you. However, there were still a few lumps of fat on his face. He smiled and said, You're welcome, you're welcome. The woman's face was still cold, but she looked at Yunxiao and the goateed man from time to time with great fear. Since we've driven away those evil people, let's go down, Shou Wei said. I'll find an opportunity to report this matter to the Big Dipper Sect's elder, and there won't be any more problems. Although he said this, he could not hide the worry in his eyes. After the commotion, the people in the distance dispersed one after another. The 5 of them entered the small courtyard one after another. The main door had long been destroyed, but it did not affect their stay for a few nights. There were 6 small rooms in the courtyard. Shou Wei was very polite to the 2 and allowed them to choose 2 rooms to stay in. Then, he let Yunxiao and the goatee pick first, but the goatee was very timid and did not dare to pick first. Yunxiao, on the other hand, did not care. He randomly chose a room in the corner and went straight in. It was very small inside, and the decoration was also very simple. There was only a bed and a table, but it was very clean. It was obvious that it had been cleaned to entertain the guests. Yunxiao sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate quietly. In the Divine Realm tablet, Yuan Gaohan's soul form appeared beside him. Looking at the large pile of materials for the gourd little Vajra, he said, Old Yuan, how's the research going? Yuan Gaohan glanced at him and nodded. We can try. This heavenly dance revolving purple cauldron was refined by me to begin with, and its profoundness is dependent on one's heart. In addition, you were the one who refined this gourd little King Kong, and you are Gu Feiyong. With you here, I'm full of confidence. I'll be proud if you say that, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'll be proud. You should know that you're Tian Zhaozi's disciple, an outstanding alchemist of the young generation in the Holy Region. Yuan Gaohan stared at him and seriously said, I, Yuan Gaohan, have not admired many people in my life, and you are one of them. In addition to respect, there was also a trace of complex emotions in his eyes. He felt a little bitter in his heart and said in a self-deprecating manner, Even the most beautiful woman in the world, Chu Hongyan, has fallen in love with you. All men in the world are envious of you. Yunxiao was taken aback for a moment. Then he scolded with a smile. Stop being so sentimental. Hurry up and refine my gourd little King Kong. A desolate look flashed across Yuan Gaohan's face as he let out a long sigh, lifting his spirits. Yes, I've prepared all the materials. However, he hesitated for a moment before saying, I think we can add in a piece of Northern Heaven frigid star iron. With the strength of the 2 of us, we might be able to refine it into a peak 8th rank half-beast half-tool. Yunxiao shook his head. We do have a chance, but we are both too weak now. The probability of failure is still very high. Besides, I have great use for the Northern Heaven frigid star iron. Yuan Gaohan's expression turned cold as a bad premonition welled up in his heart, quickly reminding, You only have 3. Yunxiao flashed his white teeth and said with a smile as bright as the sun, Don't joke around. You're all mine. I have use for all 7 pieces of Northern Heaven frigid star iron. As expected, if you dare touch my Northern Heaven's frigid star iron, I'll burn you to death, Yuan Gaohan roared with rage. He had released the great demon because he was greedy for this material, and now he was trapped in the Divine Realm tablet. Don't get so excited, Yunxiao said with a smile. I was just saying. Yuan Gaohan was extremely vexed. In this Divine Realm tablet, The other party had 10,000 ways to deal with him. He was afraid that he would not be able to keep the 4 pieces of Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron. Although I can't put the Northern Heaven Frigid Star Iron in it, Xianxia said, I have something else I can add in. He flipped a hand over, and a golden light flashed as an ancient bronze statue appeared before him. Yuan Gaohan shrank back in pain as he stared at the bronze statue, his face revealing shock. In a few breaths, his expression changed drastically. He walked up to touch the bronze statue and suddenly cried out, Heavenly Shine Imperial Gold! This is actually a whole piece of Ten's Ho metal. His eyes burst with light as he hugged the bronze statue with both hands, as if he was afraid that it would be taken away. Yunxiao's face twitched as he said, Aren't your actions a little too vulgar? Take a closer look. This skyshine metal seems a bit strange. My current soul power is too low. It's very difficult to see through it. Yuan Gaohan affectionately held the bronze statue and stroked it for a while before gradually calming down. His heart was very unbalanced as he muttered, Even if I'm in the sanctuary and enjoy the most abundant resources in the world, I still feel like I'm dying of poverty compared to you. His gaze then began to size up the shape and craftsmanship of the bronze statue. Suddenly, he was shocked and said, What's wrong with this bronze statue? Can even capture one's mind? I found this bronze statue in the galaxy of outer space, Xianxia said solemnly. It seems to contain something, but I'm too weak to find out what it is. Yuan Gaohan stared at it for a while and pondered. To be able to make a bronze statue with heavenly shine K gold, it's definitely not an ordinary item. You mean Ing Luo? Use your purple cauldron and try to refine it, Xianxia said. This is just a piece of the most primitive Tianzhao K gold mine. By purifying it, we can naturally extract the things inside. Yuan Gaohan shook his head. This is the heavenly shine K gold, one of the hardest ores in the world. Only 9th-tier alchemists can refine it. If it's just a small piece, maybe I can, he said hesitantly. Xianxia reached out his hand, and a flame condensed at the tip of his finger. It was the Phoenix Divine Fire, which turned into a fiery blade of light and cut at the corner of the foundation that the bronze statue was standing on. The flames hissed and left a black mark, but it couldn't cut it off. Yuan Gaohan's brows also furrowed. It seemed that the hardness was still above his knowledge. Even he had never come into contact with this material before. It had always been one of the top materials on the continent, and its value was on par with the Northern Heaven Frigid Star Iron. Xianxia was also stunned. Although the power of the Divine Realm Tablet was very weak, he could still use it all, and the flaming saber he condensed was extremely powerful. Even an ordinary person might not dare to take it head-on, but it could not even leave a mark on the bronze statue. He immediately sat down cross-legged and said, Old Yuan, you open the cauldron and forge the weapon. I'll cut this skyshine K gold. Otherwise, even if I cut it, I'm afraid your cauldron won't be able to refine it. Yuan Gaohan immediately understood. Such a hard metal could only be calcined by Yunxiao's Phoenix Divine Fire, and he only needed to fuse it with the metal. Yes, he replied and began to cast a spell into the heaven-dancing violet gold cauldron. The upper body of the violet cauldron spun non-stop and shot out rays of violet light. Xianxia, on the other hand, exercised the Great Expansion Divine Technique and raised his soul power to a perfect level. Then, he condensed a dagger-like flaming divine saber and began to carefully cut the corner of the statue. The two of them each had their own duties. Rays of light shot out from Mount Fangsuan, and purple chi soared into the sky. All kinds of raw materials surrounded the purple gold cauldron, which Yuan Gaohan threw into the purple cauldron, one by one. He dissolved a kind of raw material that was neither gold nor jade, and carefully wrapped the beating red heart of stone in layers, for fear of damage during the refining. At this moment, the purple cauldron had already grown to a height of several meters. In addition to the purple chi illuminating the sky, it also emitted a 5-colored light, which was extremely auspicious. Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with one hand and had been silently circulating the Phoenix Divine Flame. Although it was in a tiny form, it still made him feel very strained. Finally, after an hour, a corner of the statue's base was cut off. A triangle the size of half a fist flew out. It seemed to contain a spirit, and it circled around Mount Inch, then actually wanted to break through the air and fly away. Xiao's heart jolted. He had seen many natural treasures that contained intelligence, but he had never seen one that could fly on its own after being cut into pieces. He flipped his hand and slapped down. Suddenly, a small piece of the Earth's breathing earth appeared in the air and pressed down on the heavenly Xianxia gold, immediately fixing it in place and making it unable to move. Xiao changed his incantation gesture, and 3 tadpole-like characters gradually rose from his palm and pressed down on the small piece of Xianxia gold. Then, the flames turned into a prison and trapped him inside. The flames started to burn. On the other side, Yuan Gaohan was also secretly surprised. If it wasn't for the Phoenix Divine Flame, he wouldn't be able to refine it for several days and nights. Gu Feiyang, how is it? He asked worriedly. No problem, Xiao said in a deep voice. How are you? Can you merge them now? I was just waiting for you, Yuan Gaohan said with a smile. Yes, Xiao replied, as he circulated the energy in his dantian. The phoenix fire in the air suddenly became fierce, and the small piece of sky-shine metal inside finally melted, falling into the purple cauldron under the control of his soul power. The flames around the purple cauldron immediately scattered, as if they were extremely afraid of the phoenix flames around the heavenly Xianxia metal. The entire cauldron buzzed as if it was trembling. Yuan Gaohan's expression changed as he also conjured a golden tadpole-like character in his hand. It was the same character that Mo Huayuan had used during the previous match. After slapping it on the cauldron, purple spurted out again, and the huge vibration gradually stabilized. Soon after, he quickly formed hand seals, and his figure constantly rotated around the cauldron. One by one, he slapped the hand seals into the cauldron, and purple clouds surrounded the entire mountain peak. There seemed to be the image of a goddess flying in the sky. It was the 3 naked women who carried the spinning purple gold cauldron. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire mountain peak trembled, and all the sounds immediately fell silent. The goddess's image gradually disappeared, and the confused purple clouds also dissipated. The gem-like light on the purple cauldron flickered. Yuan Gaohan's face was covered in sweat and he was panting heavily, staring at the purple cauldron without blinking. Xiao also stood up and walked forward. How is it? Yuan Gaohan revealed a strange expression and said, I don't know. He slapped his palm on the purple cauldron, and a 5-colored light shot out. The lid of the cauldron opened after it spun, and an extremely strong fluctuation of weapon rhythm spread out. Although this weapon rhythm was not as terrifying as the peak of the 8th rank, it was still much stronger than before. The 2 of them were overjoyed and hurriedly jumped into the purple cauldron to look inside. The lingering purple gas gradually dispersed, and a chubby metal block was sitting inside. Its body was emitting a pale yellow luster, and it was actually meditating with its legs crossed. The 2 of them sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at each other in shock. Yuan Gaohan wiped his cold sweat and said awkwardly, What's going on? It's meditating and cultivating. Xiao also swallowed his saliva to moisten his dry throat, then said with difficulty, I don't know. It's too strange. Even if it's a demonic beast, if it wants to develop intelligence, it must at least reach the peak of the 9 heavens. That's right. Yao Jinliang's Year Burier beast has intelligence comparable to humans, Yuan Gaohan said. But, Pai Xiu, even if the demonic beast has intelligence, it can't meditate, right? Hee, Xiao said. Is there a problem with the piece of Skyshine K-Gold that we added? He couldn't explain it. The phenomenon in front of them was beyond the understanding of the 2 9th-tier alchemists. Hey, do you understand what I'm saying? Yuan Gaohan shouted a few words into the room, but the meditating metal block did not respond. He then turned to Xiao and said, Try it. After all, this thing is your demonic beast profound level weapon. Xiao nodded, but he was not very confident. Come out. The metal block's round head twisted slightly, then it raised its head and opened its eyes. Its eyes, which were still purple and green, shot out, and its whole body shot up with a whoosh, standing in the air above the purple cauldron and looking at Yunxiao expressionlessly. Yunxiao licked his lips and said, "Do you have wisdom?" The round piece of metal was still expressionless. It just stood there quietly, as if waiting for the next order. Yuan Gaohan observed for a while and said, "It seems that it's still half beast and half tool, and it hasn't activated its intelligence. It's just meditating in the Kasaya." "Give me a full-strength punch," Yunxiao ordered. "Let me see." The purple and green in the round metal block's eyes suddenly lit up, and its body assumed a very cute posture. It threw a punch, and the space in front of it was distorted by the power of its fist. Spatial cracks appeared, and it let out a rumbling sound as it burst out for 1,000 meters. It was the rank 8 martial honors power. In the battle with Hayu, he had experienced the lightning tribulation and directly advanced from the 7th step to the 8th step. However, it had been completely scrapped back then. Now that it had been repaired, it could be stabilized at the 8th rank. Yuan Gaohan was shocked and said in horror, "The Swan and Eyes Vajra fist just now? It knows martial arts." Yunxiao was very satisfied with the power of the punch. "Yes, I taught it." It seemed he hadn't forgotten after re-refining it. "I'm really curious now. Does this kind of half-beast half-tool have the combat power of a martial supreme if a part of it is refined to the 9th tier with 9th tier materials?" Yuan Gaohan was stunned for a moment, and then fell into deep thought. If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. As long as he caught more stone heads, wouldn't the 9th tier great alchemist be surrounded by these obedient martial sovereign guards? He thought for a moment and shook his head. "You should know this better than I do." Martial sovereigns had to comprehend the rules of heaven and earth and form the emperor weapon of the 9 heavens. As for 9th tier profound armaments, their grades had only reached the level where they could withstand Emperor Qi. Although the punch just now had the power of an 8th rank martial venerable, it was more of a profound level weapons power. The beast part should still be at the 7 stars martial emperor level. Stone beasts can only advance to the peak of martial emperor realm at most, Yunxiao said after pondering for a moment. This is determined by their bloodline. If you want to go further, you'll have to go through a mutation or a mutation. His face revealed a shocked expression, as if he also found it hard to believe what he had thought of. He said softly, "I'll train." Yuan Gaohan's heart also trembled, and he said in surprise, "You mean it meditated on its own to cultivate so that a part of the beast could break through to the 8th rank of the martial honor?" Yunxiao looked at the expressionless calabash King Kong, who was standing in the air, with a complicated look in his eyes. This is the first time something like this has happened. Since it can learn the Vajra punch, it should be able to learn meditation as well, right? Yuan Gaohan also felt extremely speechless and at a loss. "Continue meditating," Yunxiao ordered. The calabash little King Kong's expression was dull, and the purple and green lights in his eyes kept flashing. He slowly sat down cross-legged in the air and really began to meditate. Yuan Gaohan only felt a burst of powerlessness and said, "I wonder what the famous martial emperor Ziqing would think if he knew that you've cultivated his dual swords to such an extent?" Yunxiao took out a few primordial stones and scattered them. Then, with a grab of one hand, they immediately turned into a gust of wind that blew at the calabash and wrapped him up. "What are you doing?" Yuan Gaohan was stunned. "You're not really letting him absorb vital energy, are you?" Yunxiao nodded. "I just want to try and see if he is absorbing the primordial qi of heaven and earth like us. If he can't do it, wouldn't he be just wasting his time?" "But, Ing Luo, this is too hard to accept." Yuan Gaohan only felt that the whole world was going to be in chaos. The power of demonic beasts was limited by their bloodline, and their so-called cultivation was only to stimulate the power of their bloodline. The more power they could exert, the higher their cultivation base would be, but there must be a limit. For example, the stone beast. This type of demonic beast was born as a 3rd-tier existence, but there were also 2nd-tier and 4th-tier ones, and the difference wasn't very big. The king of the stone heads could only evolve to the level of a 7 constellations martial emperor. Anything higher than that would be abnormal unless it had undergone a mutation just like the gourd little King Kong. This kind of mutation and improvement to allow demon beasts to advance was understandable. Yuan Gaohan himself had also tried this kind of refinement. Injecting the blood of a high-level demonic beast into a low-level demonic beast was the most common method. As long as the low-level demonic beast could withstand it and not die, it could basically improve its cultivation greatly. However, there was a limit to this kind of evolution. It was impossible for a second or third level existence to evolve to the 7th or 8th level, or even the 9th level. However, if demonic beasts could absorb the chi of heaven and earth from the outside world through self-cultivation to increase their level, then this upper limit would be infinitely relaxed. Then they would no longer be demonic beasts but demons. Xianxia had also thought of this situation. Although the stone beast was a half-beast, half-tool existence, and meditating and cultivating were all very unusual, even coincidental if it could succeed, it meant that there must be such a way to make demon beasts evolve greatly, and the result would be very shocking. The two of them quietly observed the primordial chi around the gourd little King Kong. It floated around him like smoke and fog. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, it all turned into smoke and dissipated into the divine realm tablet. Xianxia sighed, looking a little dejected. As expected, it's just an empty shell. Yuan Gaohan didn't know why, but he only felt relieved in his heart. If the gourd little King Kong had really absorbed the primordial chi just now, he really didn't know what kind of mood and thoughts he would have at this moment. Normal. How did you teach him the Vajra fist? Xianxia was taken aback. He frowned slightly and said, Is it because you didn't teach him? So he doesn't know how to? His eyes immediately turned into blood-red crescents, and the purple-blue eyes of the Calabash King Kong in front of him suddenly lit up. They were captured by Xianxia's divine sense in an instant, and he immediately imprinted a set of cultivation incantations on it. The purple-green eyes burst out with a powerful light like stars, flashing in the sky. The gourd little King Kong's face showed a painful expression, as if it had suffered a great attack. After a few breaths, Xianxia's eyes returned to normal. The Calabash little King Kong, on the other hand, maintained its pained appearance, but it was slowly easing and soon calmed down. I just printed the simplest method of absorbing primordial chi, Xianxia said slowly. I don't know if it's effective. He took out another primeval stone, crushed it, and blew it over, shouting, Meditate, absorb, breathe in and out. The gourd little King Kong sat down clumsily. What shocked Yuan Gaohan was that one of his hands actually formed a seal while the other hand was placed on his dantian. It was the simplest breathing technique. The vital chi of the vital stone was blown away by the breeze, and the body of the Calabash little King Kong suddenly glowed. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth slightly, took a deep breath, and sucked all the vital chi into his stomach. Ah! Yuan Gaohan was completely dumbfounded, and he said awkwardly, Is this considered being sucked in? Hoo! Suddenly, the Calabash little King Kong spat out the ball of vital chi again, and then sucked it in again, and this continued. It doesn't seem to have any effect, Yuan Gaohan said. He doesn't seem to be able to really absorb and digest the primordial chi into his meridians. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly, turning into the color of the blood moon as he stared unblinkingly at the gourd-shaped little King Kong. You're wrong. The vital chi he spits out every time is less than before. Even though the amount of vital chi he inhales with each breath is extremely small, he is indeed absorbing it. Yuan Gaohan was taken aback. He fixed his eyes on the stone and found that it was just as Xianxia had said. At this speed, it would take him about 30 to 40 breaths to inhale a mid-grade primordial stone. With this speed, he'll have to be immortal if he wants to advance to the 8th step, he said with a strange tone. Xianxia smiled and said, It's not important whether I can advance or not. What's important is that it works, at least theoretically. This is an amazing discovery. He casually crushed 100 or so vital stones and sealed them in a small space, letting the gourd little King Kong quietly cultivate in it. It was better than nothing. Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned cold as he said with a faint sneer, You really won't die if you don't seek death. There's trouble outside. That fat and round guy and that woman in palace clothes seem to have some background, Yuan Gaohan said with a frown. I can't remember where I've seen their martial arts skills before. Humph, Xianxia said coldly. A bunch of ants. I don't have time to play with them, so I'll just send someone out to kill them. It just so happens that this stone beast has just been refined, so we can let him test its power, Yuan Gaohan said with a smile. Those ants are not worthy of the Calabash King Kong. Yun Xiao snorted coldly. They're not worthy of me. With a point of his finger, a bolt of lightning condensed in the air. With a loud roar, dark thunder emerged, stepping on lightning. Go, Yun Xiao said softly. Just send away those minions. Don't let anyone find you. He pointed his finger, and the dark thunder disappeared into the Divine Realm tablet. Where did you get so many strange species? Yuan Gaohan forced a smile and said, I think the dark thunder is also a mutant, right? Yes, Yun Xiao replied. It does have the bloodline of an ancient demon beast in its body, but it's very thin. He took out a storage bag and threw it to Yuan Gaohan, saying, Old Yuan, these are the materials I got from the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. There are also some starlight stones and vital stones. Help me forge a few swords. Yuan Gaohan took it and looked at it, slightly frowning. Although there were many things inside, they were still very rare for him. He snorted. If I don't have the starlight stone, my soul will be tortured to death by you sooner or later. Yun Xiao grinned and said, We are indeed in short of resources now. This city is owned by the Southern Fire Gold Crystal Mine, so the local major forces must be very rich. I plan to borrow some primordial stones from them one by one. Yuan Gaohan's brow twitched as he coldly snorted. With your current strength, don't lose it. That would be a huge joke. Yun Xiao smiled and said nothing. Old Yuan, watch carefully. The sword I need is not an ordinary 9th-tier profound armament. Have you heard of the Heavenly Sword illustration? Yuan Gaohan was shocked and exclaimed, The Divine Cloud Palace's Heavenly Sword picture? Palace Master Chu even gave you such a treasure. Yun Xiao smiled. The divine map of Heavenly Sword is one of the divine treasures of Xianxia Palace. How can it be given to others so easily? But I'm lucky to have a look. The entire sword picture was made up of 81 divine swords and was divided into 7 levels, corresponding to the 7 stages of a warrior from the Tri-Elements realm to the 9 Heavens realm. With my current strength, I can control 36 divine swords. As for the 7 pieces of Northern Heaven Frigid Star metal, help me forge 41 to 46 swords. 16 divine swords made of Northern Heaven Frigid Star iron? Do you think that star iron is wood that you can manipulate as you please? Let's not even talk about the fact that 4 of them are mine. Even if my true body were here, it's impossible to refine so much Northern Heaven Frigid Star iron in such a short time. Yuan Gaohan said angrily. You also saw that Tensho metal just now, and even your level 10 divine fire was so difficult to refine. Yun Xiao sighed. Forget it then. I was going to teach you how to control the true phoenix fire, but I didn't want to. What? Why you're willing to give me the true phoenix flame? Yuan Gaohan rushed over and grabbed Yun Xiao's hand, his eyes full of excitement. Get lost. Yun Xiao shook off his arm and said angrily, Even if it's a complete heavenly sword illustration, it's not worth more than my true phoenix fire. I'm just allowing you to control the divine fire as you wish in the Divine Realm tablet. Think about the benefits you'll get from this. I knew there wouldn't be such a good thing, Yuan Gaohan wailed. You want me to help you refine 16 9th-tier profound armaments just to experience the use of the divine flame. This monastic robe, isn't the price too high? It's not high at all, Yun Xiao said with a smile. Even if you refine 160 of them, you might not be able to improve much in your understanding of the Tao of Alchemy. But this level 10 divine fire is different, you know. Besides, isn't it your duty to help me recover to my peak? A bitter expression appeared on Yuan Gaohan's face. If he could sense and control the power of a 10th tier divine fire, it would definitely be of great help to his comprehension of the power of 10th tier, and if he missed this opportunity, there would definitely be no next stop. Alright, I'll try. After all, I'm only an 8th order starlight spirit body. Even if I have the Phoenix Divine Flame, I might not be able to refine a 9th order profound armament, let alone the Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron. Just do your best, Yun Xiao said. I'll ask Gu Yueshing to help you. That boy is quite talented, and he is a talent worth training. Then the two sat opposite each other. Yunxiao directly imprinted part of the Divine Realm Tablet's power of rules into Yuan Gaohan's sea of consciousness through his divine sense. After all, Yuan Gaohan was a pure soul, so it was not difficult for him to receive it, and he soon entered a self-comprehension state. Yunxiao did not want to disturb him, so he turned and went to another place. Under his feet he felt a slight wind throbbing. His divine thoughts moved, and a gust of biting cold astral wind suddenly gushed out from the crack in the ground in front of him. It was trapped in front of him by his rule force, and it fluttered loudly. It was the violent and restless immemorial astral wind power. Back then, it had surged into the steel too much and was suppressed by the true phoenix fire and the earth. With a flip of his right hand, Yunxiao took out the broken primordial heavenly eye. He wrapped it in phoenix fire and threw it into the primordial astral wind, then cried out, "Refine!" A few hand seals flew out from his hands and entered the immemorial astral wind at the same time. He cast a spell in the air and directly used the astral wind and true fire to refine the immemorial heaven's eye. This kind of mystic artifact or physical body tempering technique was common on the continent, but it was not as abnormal as Yunxiao's. The profound level of the primordial heavenly eye he had refined was not high, and it could be easily repaired with sufficient materials. But Yunxiao suddenly had an idea to fuse the power of the two elements directly. If he succeeded, the power of the primordial heavenly eye would be greatly improved. In the Big Dipper sect, the sky above the small courtyard where the itinerant martial artists lived was already dark and quiet. More than a dozen cultivators had gathered above in a small circle, seemingly discussing something, their eyes as cold as ice as they glanced down from time to time. One of them was a man in a gray robe. He was obviously taller than the others, and his exposed hands were yellow like dead branches. Thick black blood seemed to be flowing in his protruding blood vessels. This person seemed to be the leader of the group. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, and his 5 long fingers were constantly flicking on his arms, as if he was in deep thought. Shifting position and control of fire element. From what you've said, it does sound like the ability of a senior alchemist, especially that shifting position. It's impossible to achieve without a 7th-tier cultivation in alchemy. The man in front of him, the one who had controlled the earth sand snake, said in surprise, "Leader, is there a great alchemist among these people?" The skinny man said in a hoarse voice, "I can't say for sure if there are any great alchemists, but I remember the weapons of the fat girl and the woman in the palace dress you mentioned earlier. They were the Thunder-Gathering Pearl and the 100 Jade Fan, which used to be the famous profound level weapons of the North Scorpion sect. When the North Scorpion sect was split into the Big Dipper sect and the Heavenly Scorpion sect, a small group of people left Nanhua City and entered the Divine Wind sect in Yufeng City. The dozen or so martial artists all revealed shocked gazes. The man controlling the earth sand snake was even more shocked as he said, "So these people are from the Holy Wind sect? The Divine Wind sect could call the wind and summon the rain in Yufeng City, so why had they come to Nanhua City to plot against them? Could it be that they're coveting? Not bad." The skinny man's eyes became cold and he said, "Their purpose should be the same as ours, which is to get the treasure of the North Scorpion sect. In this group of 5, that Shou Wei should not have a problem. As for the remaining 2, that young man should not have a problem. The key is that wretched man with the goatee. He's most likely a great alchemist." He looked down coldly and said, "Either he's extremely confident in his own strength, or he has helpers hidden in the dark. No matter what it was, they couldn't be allowed to live so freely. Kill those that can be killed, capture those that can't. Oh, by the way, it's better to capture those 2 from the North Scorpion sect alive. Let's see if there's any information that we've missed. It might be useful." "Yes." More than 10 cultivators acknowledged the order and instantly turned into more than 10 rays of light and rushed down from the sky, heading towards the small courtyard. The expressions of the Big Dipper sect disciples guarding the small courtyard changed drastically. "Not good. There's an enemy," one of them exclaimed. The pupils of the other man, who was slightly stronger, shrank. He grabbed the man's neck and said angrily, "Shut up, you idiot! Don't you see who these people are? They're all the people that Elder Sima brought back that day. Do you want to die? The disciple's face turned red as he nodded repeatedly. The stronger disciple released his hand and said coldly, "It's all peaceful. Nothing happened. Tomorrow morning, go to South Fire City and find some craftsmen to repair the damaged courtyard." Several Big Dipper sect disciples sat down cross-legged and used their vital chi to seal their senses. They began to cultivate quietly, turning a deaf ear to the outside world. "Who are you?" Shou Wei was the first to exclaim, and he flew out of the room. However, he soon met the first martial artist who had fallen. With just a palm, he was sent flying back into the house. The house was directly penetrated, and he flew dozens of meters away. In the other two rooms, the fat and round man and the woman in the palace dress also rushed out. The two had their backs against each other and were on full alert. They were surrounded by more than 10 people in an instant, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. "Are the two of you the remnants of the Northern Scorpion sect from the Holy Wind sect?" one of the men asked. "Who are you people?" The fat, round boy was shocked and shouted. He and the woman in palatial attire were both extremely shocked. After revealing their strength in the day, they felt that trouble would come. But they didn't think that it would come so quickly, and that they would reveal their identities as soon as they opened their mouths. As expected, "Capture him." The man saw their expressions and immediately confirmed it. He waved his hand and shouted. The auras of more than a dozen martial artists exploded all at once. As they squeezed against each other, they actually formed a faint muffled thunder roar, causing the space in the entire courtyard to shake. The rogue cultivators near the courtyard were shocked, and many of them flew into the air. However, after feeling the powerful pressure, they immediately fled far away, and no one dared to come forward to cause trouble. Another two men rushed into the rooms of the goateed man and Yunxiao, respectively. Suddenly, a scream came out of Yunxiao's room, followed by the warrior's miserable cry. Roar! Following the demonic beast's roar, the door was suddenly smashed open. The martial artist's body was charred black and left a long mark on the ground. He was already dead. A bolt of lightning gathered at the door, and the Dark Thunder's figure slowly appeared. Crackling arcs of electricity flickered around its body, making it look majestic like a divine beast guarding the mountain. A demonic beast. Why would a demonic beast suddenly appear? The dozen or so martial artists were all confused when they saw Dark Thunder's strength. A demonic beast at the martial emperor realm? What's going on? And it's a monster beast that can control the lightning element. In everyone's shock, they saw Dark Thunder step on lightning and soar into the sky. The lightning around its body was like a layer of water covering it. After it dove down, it bloomed like a lightning bomb and exploded. A ball of lightning that looked like a porcupine turned into countless tiny lightning bolts and shot out in all directions. Everyone scattered behind them in shock. The fat and round Earthman and the woman in the court dress were also shocked. They hurriedly flew away and spread out. The lightning attacked indiscriminately, and the two of them were also shrouded in the lightning. The fat round guy was even more shocked. He himself also cultivated lightning cultivation techniques, so he immediately became greedy for the Dark Thunder. If he could get such a demonic beast, it would be very beneficial to his cultivation. As he flashed lightning attacks, his eyes quickly turned. After a brief moment of panic, the martial artists immediately regained their composure. After all, most of them were martial emperors, and there was nothing to be afraid of when they gathered their strength. The man who was playing with the earth snake cupped his hands, and an earth element flew out from behind him. It was like a huge python twisting its body, and the yellow sand flew in the air as it rushed straight ahead. The sand and dust exploded like fried beans in the lightning, and the tiny bits stirred up hurt his ears. There were more than a dozen other attacks, palm winds and sword lights, which broke through the Dark Thunder's lightning defense and landed on its body. Although it was not seriously injured, it was suppressed and could not resist. The Dark Thunder roared again and again, but there was nothing it could do. Seeing that the situation wasn't going well, the round and fat man and the woman in the court dress also rushed into the battle. Although they didn't know where the Dark Thunder came from, it would at least be of great help. If it was killed so easily, then it would be their turn next. As soon as they joined the battle, the Dark Thunder immediately broke free and chased after a few of them in a rage. The entire courtyard was in chaos. The skinny man's eyes turned cold as he looked down from the sky. Although he wasn't afraid of causing a big commotion, he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. This was especially true at such a sensitive time like the sect competition. All the major powers of Southfire City had already entered the mountain range. If they were discovered, it would be troublesome. His withered yellow hands began to glow with a faint black light. In a flash, he disappeared from the sky and swooped down rapidly. In a small room at the side, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes and spread out his divine sense. He immediately knew everything about the nearby area. He frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "That's strange. That wretched man with the goatee has actually disappeared?" He got down from the bed and directly broke a big hole in the wall. Next to him was the goat-bearded, perverted man. The decoration inside was exactly the same as his room, but there was a dead body on the ground. It was the group of people outside. The goat-bearded, perverted man had long disappeared. Xianxia's heart lurched, and he became a little vigilant. The man with the goatee had been acting submissively, which made Xianxia suspicious several times. But he did not find anything strange. Someone who could play tricks under his eyes was definitely not an ordinary person. He examined the corpse of the warrior on the ground. He had the cultivation of a 9-stars martial grandmaster, and he had died from his dantian being crushed by a kick. Not only did the force of that kick shatter the martial artist's dantian, but the remaining force also spread along the meridians to the hundreds of bones in his body, causing all the meridians in his body to be broken, and he was completely dead. But from the outside, there was not a single wound. In other words, that person's strength was controlled so exquisitely that there wasn't any excess power. The demon dragon also sensed the outside with Xianxia's divine sense, and it said in horror, "What a cruel method! What fine control!" Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, "It's all killing. They're all killed with one move. There's no such thing as being cruel. However, this kind of fine control is not something that an ordinary person can do. I think I can do it too, but I definitely wouldn't be able to control my power like this." It can be seen that this person is someone who cherishes his elemental energy very much and has developed this kind of striking habit. What's more terrifying is that he can hide his strength under our eyes, the demon dragon said. Could he be a top-tier assassin? Yuan soon appeared in Xianxia's mind. He immediately shook his head and said, "Who knows? As long as he doesn't provoke me, he'll be dead even if he's the god of heaven." A vicious aura appeared on his body as he sneered, "There's someone outside who doesn't have eyes and is coming down." Suddenly, a blue lightning bolt rushed in, followed by dark thunder, who was roaring and pressing its body against Xianxia's leg, looking very aggrieved. "Don't let it escape. Chase it." Then 3 figures rushed in, all with the strength of martial emperors. Their pupils constricted when they saw Xianxia, and they launched cold and fierce attacks at him, trying to suppress the man and the beast. A cold look appeared on Xianxia's face. With a light step, he dodged the sword and punched the martial emperor's dantian. The fist glowed with a faint yellow light. The force of the physical body shook into the man's dantian and immediately made a muffled sound. The man's pupils suddenly became lax. The long sword fell out of his hand, and his whole body went limp. The two of them were shocked. Before they could react, they saw a blur in front of their eyes. Then their dantian also felt a heavy love. In an instant, their souls scattered and their vitality was extinguished. Xianxia checked the 3 men's bodies and said, "That's right. The man with the goatee should have attacked like this. The way he died is exactly the same." With a wave of his hand, the 4 corpses on the ground were immediately rolled up and sent flying. After a few bang-bang sounds, the originally noisy outside immediately quieted down. The fat and round earth and the woman in the court dress suddenly caught everyone off guard. After exchanging a glance, they turned into 2 rays of light and flew off in different directions. The skinny man waved his hand and stopped the cultivators who were about to give chase, saying in a cold voice, "There's no need to chase them. I already know the strength of these two people. They won't be able to cause any big waves. His eyes grew colder as he moved his gaze away from the four corpses and looked into the small house. His meridians are all broken. What a vicious method. It's not a good idea to stay in the house, so let's come out and see. The skinny man waved his hand, and all the martial artists immediately surrounded the room. They were scattered around the room, ready to attack at any time. For a long time, there was no reaction from the room. The scrawny man frowned and a malicious look flashed in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, "What arrogance! Since that's the case, let me invite you out." He strode forward and entered the house. The surrounding cultivators' hearts tightened as they prepared to attack, waiting for the man to rush out of the house and attack with all their might. A huge wave of power came out of the small house, making a few soft sounds, and then it became quiet. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. Just when everyone was confused, the thin man walked out from inside. Has it been resolved? That was what everyone thought, and they gradually relaxed their vigilance. However, the skinny man immediately made a move that made everyone faint. The emaciated man's eyes were no longer as calm and cold as before. Instead, they were full of shock. He stood at the door and bowed deeply. He respectfully said in a low voice, "Then, my lord, you should rest early. I dare not disturb you any longer." This buy-in. All the martial artists were instantly confused, and big question marks flashed in their minds. The skinny man didn't even dare to stand up straight. He bowed and took 3 steps back, then waved at the warriors scattered around and immediately retreated. The group of martial artists were not fools. They immediately understood that they had encountered someone they could not afford to offend. Each of them was drenched in cold sweat. Looking at the corpses in the courtyard, they had died in vain. However, all of them had already seen through life and death, and they all chased after the skinny man. The demonic dragon's voice came from the small house. "Why don't you kill him? If you reveal your strength, I'm afraid you'll cause unnecessary trouble." Xianxia's face was a little pale as he said, "I only used my spiritual pressure to intimidate him just now. With his strength of a 9-stars martial emperor, it would be quite difficult for him to kill me. Moreover, it seems that they are of great value to us." "You mean the treasure of the North Scorpion sect?" the demon dragon asked. "I don't think it's reliable." "Who cares?" Xianxia laughed. "Even if it's fake, we won't lose anything. Besides, he couldn't have lied under my spiritual pressure. Even if there's no treasure, I won't suffer any loss." He dashed out of the room and found Shou Wei a few dozen meters away. Shou Wei's expression was extremely ugly. He was currently circulating his energy to heal himself, and his body was covered in cold sweat. He was sent flying by the other party at the first moment and almost lost his life. It was not that the other party was being merciful. It was just that he had just advanced to 1 star and his abilities were much higher than before. It seemed that the person who attacked him had a certain understanding of his abilities. Xianxia took out a medicinal pill and fed it to the man, then injected a few incantation seals into his acupoints, and the injury immediately stopped. Shou Wei was shocked and found that his efforts to resist the spread of the injury were in vain. He was stopped by the other party with a few casual moves. Moreover, he didn't know what kind of pill it was, but just from the surging medicinal power it emitted, it was at least a 6-tier medicinal pill. The injuries on his body were actually healing at a visible speed. This Yingluo, Shou Wei didn't know what to say. He suddenly became depressed. He had originally thought that he was the only one out of the 5 who had not been sealed and had retained his combat strength. He didn't expect to be the weakest one, and the remaining 4 were each more mysterious than the last. This was especially so for the young man in front of him. Even now, he was unable to sense his elemental energy fluctuations. However, he had clearly seen the reaction of the skinny man in the distance. Xianxia looked at his dejected face and said with a smile, "Don't be depressed. Everyone has their own goals and doesn't want to expose themselves. I can see that they don't have any ill intentions. Thank you for saving my life, my lord." Shou Wei smiled bitterly. "You don't have to be so distant," Xianxia said with a smile. I'm still very grateful to you. Your injuries should be fine now, let's talk inside. Shou Wei was shocked. He was on the verge of death and he didn't know if he could survive it. He didn't think that he would be saved in just a few breaths. His heart was filled with great shock and respect as he carefully followed Yunxiao into the room. On the way here just now, Yunxiao said, that fat guy was talking about the treasure of the Northern Scorpion sect. Do you know anything about it? Sir, did you also come for this? Shou Wei was shocked. Don't even think about the treasure, or else Ho Yi's words suddenly stopped. Looking at Yunxiao's clear and smiling eyes, he smiled wryly and said, I'm just trying to persuade you out of good intentions. This information is just rumors. I don't know if it's true or false. Yes, Yunxiao nodded and said, just tell me what you know. Shou Wei responded and thought for a moment before saying, Sir, you are from outside, so I will start from the beginning. Back then, the Big Dipper sect and the Sky Scorpion sect were one family. They could be considered one of the top existences in the entire eastern region. However, as the sect grew bigger, the problems would accumulate and eventually lead to an internal conflict, splitting into two factions. And the core of the contradiction lies in that extremely elusive treasure. It's said that the first sect master who established the Northern Scorpion sect was not only powerful, but also had the entire Southern Fire Golden Crystal mountain range and was extremely rich. On his deathbed, he considered that the cultivation of his disciples was far from his, and it would be difficult to maintain the foundation of the sect for a long time. As such, we planned far ahead and buried all of the sect's resources, so that in the future, when the sect's experts rise, they'll be able to obtain them. As expected, thousands of years after the death of the first sect master, the North Scorpion sect faced its first disaster. The decline of the North Scorpion sect had always been a rule of history. At that time, the potential enemies of the North Scorpion sect had been growing stronger and stronger, and finally, they had an opportunity to attack the North Scorpion sect, trying to wipe out the existence of this sect in one fell swoop. It's said that hundreds of martial emperor powerhouses were mobilized at that time. Yunxiao frowned slightly and said in disbelief, You're exaggerating. Even the 7 superpowers can't produce more than 100 martial sovereigns. Suddenly, Yuan Gaohan's voice came from the Divine Realm Tablet sect. I'm not exaggerating at all. I remember now. It was no wonder that the battle technique of the fat and round man and the woman in the palace dress seemed familiar. Although the North Scorpion sect had declined at that time, it was still an existence that was not weaker than the 7 superpowers now. Its enemies failed in the end and eventually sought refuge with another force in the eastern region, which is the Jiang family of the current Red Moon City. What? Yunxiao was shocked, and he sent a voice transmission in, the Jiang family of the Red Moon City? With their strength, it should be as easy as turning their hands to exterminate the Big Dipper sect and the Heavenly Scorpion sect. How could they allow them to survive until now? I don't know about that. Yuan Gaohan shook his head. The Holy Region recorded the evolution and changes of various powers on the continent. I had only casually flipped through it. After all, I wasn't too interested in these things. Perhaps it's been too long, and the Jiang family has forgotten about that grudge. He revealed a strange expression and said, Ever since you turned the Red Moon City upside down, the Yuan family, which was originally one of the 3 major surnames, is now gradually declining and can no longer be compared with the other 2 families. The Red Moon City had already become a situation where the Ning family and the Jiang family dominated. Without the support of the Yuan family, although the Red Moon City is still among the 7 major forces, it is already at the bottom of the existence. The power distribution in the realm of heavenly martial arts was extremely uneven. Among the 7 super forces, the southern region was not close to them. In the eastern region, there was only one Red Moon City, which was composed of many complicated forces. Among them, the most powerful were the Ning family and the Jiang family. Decades ago, the Yuan family was originally one of the 3 major families, but after most of their masters were killed by Gu Feiyang, they fell and no longer had the prestige they had in the past. There were 2 forces in the western region, the Soul Eater clan and the Myriad Stars Valley. The truly powerful existences all dominated the north region. This was also caused by the uneven distribution of spiritual energy in the heavenly martial arts realm. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the north region was the richest, and any random place would have spiritual mountains and great rivers, much better than the remote south region. This also caused the north region to be the most competitive place. Even the headquarters of the merchant union, Xianxia City, was in the north. Shou Wei's words pulled Yunxiao back from the shock. He shook his head and said, "Who knows? Anyway, that's what everyone says. Maybe it's a lot of exaggeration, but it's enough to show how powerful the North Scorpion sect was at that time." At that time, the entire North Scorpion sect was in a precarious situation. It was said that the sect master at that time opened the treasure left by the first generation, which saved the fate of the sect and repelled the powerful enemies. However, from that time on, it further intensified the decline of the sect's strength. It wasn't until hundreds of years ago that the Big Dipper and Sky Scorpion families finally split. Even so, these two clans are still the greatest powers in South Fire City. According to what you're saying, the treasure has long been taken away, Yunxiao said. Rumor has it that the treasure was opened back then, but only a small portion was taken. The rest was still sealed by the sect master of that generation. Hundreds of years ago, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce had forcibly interfered in the many disputes in Nanhua City, wiping out all the local forces in one fell swoop. The Big Dipper sect and the Heavenly Scorpion sect had almost been exterminated. However, they suddenly counterattacked and eventually reached a balance with the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce and other forces. That's why everyone is guessing that the first generation treasure has been opened again. This is ridiculous, Yunxiao said with a frown. Just based on this, you can tell that the treasure has been opened. But there's one thing I'm sure of. The Northern Dipper sect and the Heavenly Scorpion sect had obtained a lot of resources in the end, which was why they could compete with the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. When the Chamber of Commerce forces had forcefully inserted themselves, they had immediately sealed off the supplies of the two forces in all aspects. In the constant fighting, the original resources had long been exhausted. This was also the reason why they were ultimately defeated. Later on, without a strong helper, it was impossible to form the current balance. That seems to make sense, Yunxiao said. Moreover, according to what the man had said just now, the fat and round-faced man and the woman in the palace dress seemed to be the remnants of the former North Scorpion sect, and even they were lured here. It was at least 30% credible. I'm very interested to see what the treasure is. Sir, you must be careful, Shou Wei said hesitantly. I know that person just now. He's called Luo Xian Ran and is also one of the rogue cultivators of South Fire City. Because of his strength, he is very famous. He didn't know why, but he actually had so many subordinates. He's a vengeful person, and he's used all sorts of methods to kill anyone who offended him. Yunxiao did not mind at all. If Luo Xinran did not know what was good for him, he would not be polite next time. He smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder. On the contrary, Brother Shou should be more careful. I don't plan on watching the sect competition tomorrow either. I'll just go back home and leave South Fire City. I'll find an ordinary force to become an elder or a guardian to rest in." Shou Wei smiled bitterly. That's good. You and I can be considered to be fated, so I'll pass on a set of cultivation techniques to you. As long as you persist in cultivating them, you'll definitely be able to break through to the 7 constellations realm within 5 years. Yunxiao said unhurriedly as he took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead, then imprinted a cultivation technique incantation on it and handed it over. Shou Wei was taken aback and smiled bitterly in his heart. He would be satisfied if he could break through to the 7 constellations realm in this life, let alone 5 years. He did not take Yunxiao's words seriously, but he did not dare to show it on his face. He still took the jade slip respectfully. His expression could not escape Yunxiao's eyes, so he smiled faintly. Shou Wei scanned his divine sense into the jade slip, and a technique immediately appeared in his mind. His expression changed drastically. He had never heard of this cultivation technique before, and it gave him a feeling of extreme power. He immediately understood that it was true that he would be able to break through to the 7 constellations realm in 5 years. He suddenly came back to his senses, only to find that Yunxiao was no longer in the room. Shou Wei knew that he had met a true expert. Fortunately, he had been polite along the way and didn't offend this person. Moreover, from the fact that he saved her and even gave her a cultivation technique, it seemed that he had a good impression of her. He held the jade slip tightly in his hand, as precious as his life. He had already sensed that the atmosphere of the Big Dipper sex competition wasn't right. It wasn't a place for a small character like him to visit. He didn't dare to stay in this small courtyard any longer. He hurriedly went down the mountain before the sun rose. After leaving the courtyard, Yunxiao sensed for a moment, then flew in one direction. He had already secretly left a mark on the fat boy and was now chasing after him. He was slightly regretful that he didn't leave a mark on the goateed man. Otherwise, he could have investigated the goateed man's background. What he lacked the most now was all kinds of cultivation resources. He had originally planned to borrow some metastones from the local forces. Now that he heard that there was a treasure, he naturally would not let it go. The sky gradually darkened, and the entire mountain range was unusually quiet. After entering the path of martial arts, there was no need for sleep at all. Night was the best time to cultivate in seclusion, so it was not easy to be distracted. Therefore, walking at night was much more dangerous than during the day. Any movement would be easily caught. After chasing a few mountains, Yunxiao gradually approached the real buildings of the Big Dipper sect. It was only then that the fat guy slowed down, clearly more careful. And not long after, another target, the woman, also appeared. The two of them had fled separately, but they gathered in front of the Big Dipper sect's mountain gate at the same time and whispered to each other. Yunxiao listened attentively, but he could not tell from the distance. His hands formed an incantation gesture, and his body glowed with a faint golden light. Then, a light shadow that looked exactly like him walked out of his body. The light shadow and the main body both revealed a look of joy and looked up and down in surprise. Yuan Gaohan's shocked expression came from the Divine Realm tablet, and he said in horror, "Starlight Soul Body, how the hell did you master it?" Furthermore, the first time he condensed it, it was the second stage. How can he be so fast? Yunxiao's face was pale. Obviously, the soul had taken away most of his soul power. Satisfied with the result, he snorted and said, "Humph! All the arts in the world are one. With my 9th rank comprehension, would it take me long to learn your Starlight Soul Tampering technique? More than half of my 6th rank soul power was extracted, and I only managed to condense a 2nd rank soul power. I'm already very depressed, okay?" The Starlight Soul Body smiled and also performed an incantation gesture with one hand. The light on its body gradually dimmed, and it looked exactly like Yunxiao, like a pair of twins. That's right. This Starlight Soul Body is completely condensed from soul power and doesn't have any Yuan Qi fluctuations. This way, we won't have to worry about being discovered. Yunxiao's Starlight Soul Body muttered to itself and said with a smile, "I'm going to play for a while. It's a little strange, but it's really interesting." With that, the Starlight Soul Body leaped into the air and flew towards the fat and round Earth duo. Yunxiao felt a little strange as he watched an identical copy of himself fly away. Yuan Gaohan snorted coldly, "Humph! You're actually using such a soul-refining secret technique to track people. If the apparition is destroyed, your soul will be heavily injured. The higher the level of the apparition, the greater the damage. With my rank 8 spiritual body, if I die, the weakening of my main body's spiritual power will be irreversible." "So serious?" Yunxiao asked. "It seems that I can only keep this soul in the Divine Realm tablet in the future." However, he revealed a strange expression and said, "But what's going on?" He changed his hand seal and a green light appeared on his body. A faint dragon shadow condensed from it and circled in front of him. He said in surprise, "The demonic dragon's Starlight Soul Body. This Tao Wu." The 3 voices were stunned. One was Yuan Gaohan's. One was the demonic dragon in his soul, and the other was the demonic dragon's Starlight Soul Body that had manifested in front of him. This is your sword spirit." Yuan Gaohan was shocked. It was a soul body, so how could it still condense a Starlight Soul Body? 2 souls at the same time. The demonic dragon was furious. You brat. Don't use that weird soul refining technique on me. What's going on? The demonic dragon's soul body was also glaring at him from the sky. It was roaring in a low voice, clearly extremely dissatisfied and angry. After the two of them used the soul battle technique of the Soul Devourer clan, their soul power was linked. He had just tried to use the Starlight Soul refining technique on the demonic dragon, but he didn't expect that he would really condense a Starlight Soul body. Moreover, it was of a higher level than his. It was actually a triple-tier Starlight Soul body. Yuan Gaohan was also dumbfounded, feeling extremely difficult to understand and inexplicable. If a soul can also condense a Starlight Soul body, then can a Starlight Soul body condense a third Starlight Soul body? Yun Xiao pondered. In that case, doesn't that mean that the Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets an endless number of souls? Yuan Gaohan was drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly said, I don't know what's going on with this demonic dragon, but I can't form a Starlight Soul body anymore. I've tried it a long time ago. Otherwise, just like you said, if I were to condense hundreds or thousands of them and cultivate them together, I would have broken through to the level 10 Warlock God a long time ago. That's true. I'll study it in the future. With a wave of his hand, Yun Xiao took the dragon's Starlight Soul back into his body and fused it with the dragon. The demonic dragon kept looking at its body to see if there were any special changes. It heaved a sigh of relief after making sure that it was fine, but it still cursed in anger. I'm not your test subject. If you use me for such a dangerous and nonsensical experiment again, I'll definitely fight you to the death. Yuan Gaohan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said awkwardly, You're really a restless alchemist. I have a feeling that the alchemy world will be a mess because of you sooner or later. Your Starlight Soul body has already run far away. If you're a double soul body, you'll be able to sense each other and share your consciousness within 100 miles. If you go beyond this range, you'll be like me, completely losing contact with your main body and becoming an independent existence. 100 miles? This range was enough for the Big Dipper sect. Then how far away are you from the main body to sense it? Yun Xiao asked. Yuan Gaohan kept his mouth shut and coldly snorted. What's wrong? Are you scared? Yun Xiao grinned and said, I'm indeed a little scared. In that case, I can't go to the holy region. As long as you don't enter the sacred zone, and you're in my divine realm tablet, you shouldn't be sensed, right? Yuan Gaohan was silent for a moment before saying, I don't know. Yun Xiao chuckled as he turned into a gust of wind and chased after his Starlight Soul body. The Starlight Soul body only had soul power fluctuations and no vital chi fluctuations, so it was difficult for ordinary warriors to detect it. He easily approached the fat and round earth and the woman in palace clothing, following closely behind the two without being discovered. I didn't expect to reveal my strength and identity so quickly. It's far from what we expected. The great circle of earth fertilizer grumbled. I don't know who those people are, but they actually saw through our identity. It was truly an unlucky year. He didn't expect that there would be such an expert among the people who entered the mountain with him. Do you think the one who secretly schemed against us is that foolish youth or that goateed man? The woman's face was still cold, and no one could see her expression. She coldly said, I don't think those two are simple. That thunder attribute martial emperor demonic beast seemed to belong to that rash young man. That young man must be a beast tamer. As for that goatee, he must have distorted space and teleported us out, which exposed his strength directly. He must be a great alchemist, at least a 7th tier 1. Rank 7. All the fat on the round and fat body trembled, and it said in horror, Why is a 7th tier great alchemist here? Even if he is here, he should be welcomed respectfully and stay in the Big Dipper sect's guest courtyard. The woman's face was also a bit unsightly, and she said, Only God knows. I guess they have the same purpose as us. Please don't come for the treasure as well, or else we'll be in trouble. A cold glint flashed in the round and plump boy's eyes as he snorted coldly. He looks like he's alone. As long as he doesn't have any help, even a 7th tier great alchemist can't do anything. Also, the people who are attacking us seem to be some rogue cultivators from South Fire City. I don't know who organized them, but the waters are getting more and more muddled. It's easy to fish in muddy water, the woman said. Otherwise, it's hard to get any benefits with our strength. Yes, this is our best chance. As long as we obtain the treasure, we'll definitely teach those bastards a lesson when we return to the Holy Wind sect. The fat and round fellow revealed a sinister look. The two of them stopped talking and moved forward in the mountain range. After walking for a long time, the two of them did not seem to be in a hurry anymore. Instead, they began to wander aimlessly in the mountains. Xianxia followed them for a while, but found it boring, so he left the Starlight Soul body to continue following them while he turned and left. According to Shou Wei's introduction, today should be the competition for the top 10. If Mei Donger said that she was 100% confident, then there definitely wouldn't be any problems. Just as Xianxia was hesitating whether he should go and visit, he suddenly saw a familiar figure flash in the distance. This is interesting. It seems like this competition is even more interesting than the sect competition itself. Xianxia chuckled and followed her. The figure in front of him was the middle-aged man in the yellow robe who had sealed him when he had entered the mountain gate earlier. He was only a one-star martial emperor, and he was even weaker than the round-faced man and the woman in the palace dress. The mountain range where the Big Dipper sect was located was extremely large. He followed the yellow-robed middle-aged man to a valley. There was actually a natural cave. The yellow-robed middle-aged man immediately disappeared into it. Xianxia looked carefully from the outside and found that it was indeed a natural cave. There were countless caves like this in the entire mountain range, and it was indeed a good place to hide people. He immediately followed them in. As soon as he stepped in, he felt a biting cold wind coming at him, mixed with several sword gleams. The other party instantly slashed out several times, and there was also a palm wind. It was obvious that he wanted to take his life in one move. You actually discovered me? Xianxia was a little surprised. He did not take the attack seriously, but he was surprised that the other party had discovered him. He made a grabbing gesture and a sword chi was condensed in his hand. The sword chi suddenly dispersed in the air and turned into countless tiny sword rays that cut through the wind from the opponent's palm, making countless ear-piercing hissing sounds. What? The man let out a cry of disbelief and shock as he rushed out of the cave. His sword energy condensed into a line and went straight for Xianxia's head. The morning light shone down and reflected the face of the middle-aged man in yellow. His eyes flickered with cruelty and his killing intent was revealed. With a light tap of his foot, Xianxia's body turned into a leaf as he retreated backward. His movements were light and slow, but in fact, his speed was extremely fast, and he dodged the sword attack in an instant. It's actually you. When the middle-aged man saw Xianxia's face clearly, he was immediately taken aback and shouted, "Who was the one who broke the seal for you?" Xianxia ignored his words, but turned his eyes to the cave behind him and said, "Who's inside? It's impossible for you to discover me with your cultivation." The middle-aged man's face turned cold. He was so angry that he laughed. A mere 5 stars martial grandmaster is really crazy. If you don't seek death, you won't die. The people of the ancient times can't be bullied. He shook his head for a while and said coldly, "Just as well, Elder Lu has also instructed that you cannot be allowed to stay." His aura burst out, and his sword dazzled in the morning light as he flew over. Xianxia did not bother to talk to him. He took 2 steps forward and threw a punch at the sword beam. Bang! The middle-aged man in yellow felt his sword hit an iron wall, and the force of the impact almost knocked his sword out of his hand. He was instantly shocked, but before he could cry out in alarm, Xianxia kicked him in the chest and sent him flying back into the cave. "The people inside, come out. Since I've been following him for so long, he's naturally not my opponent. I wonder what you're thinking by sending him out to die." Xianxia clapped his hands and said unhurriedly, "I don't have any purpose. I'm just curious." "Humph. Curiosity can kill." A cold voice came from the cave. A person slowly walked out and looked at him coldly. Xianxia was taken aback, but then he laughed and said, "Ha, I was wondering who it was. So it's a little friend who came to the Big Dipper sect with me. So you've been colluding with the Big Dipper sect for a long time. TSK. TSK. You're here for the treasure too. This man was the goateed man. He squinted his eyes and said, the treasures are all fake. The sect master of that generation had already used them all. I came to the Big Dipper sect for another purpose. You, on the other hand, have hidden yourself very well. If you hadn't used form displacement transposition in the courtyard and teleported those two bastards out, I wouldn't have discovered that you were actually an expert. Same to you, Xianxia said with a smile. Since you're not here for the treasure, are you really here to watch the competition? Even I can't see through your strength. Is the tournament really that attractive? The goateed man stared at Xianxia for a while before he said slowly, you are very talented and have great potential. I've never seen such a monstrous youth like you in all these years. Why don't you come with me and become my disciple? I'm sure you'll be able to break through to the rank of a martial supreme in the future and become a famous hero. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, his 5 fingers constantly moving, as if in an extremely regular pattern. Xianxia's pupils constricted as he suddenly grinned and said, since you're not here for the treasure, there's no conflict between our goals. I won't stay any longer. Goodbye. After saying that, he immediately turned around, kicked his legs, and shot up into the sky like a beam of light. The goateed man's face no longer had any trace of wretchedness. Instead, he was astute and sharp. He laughed and said, what a smart little brat. I just didn't suppress my aura a little, and you already noticed me. You're really amazing. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and streams of hazy energy shot out of his 5 fingers. What followed was the power of his domain, which made him extremely fast. In just half a breath, he had caught up with Xianxia, and a strong pressure suddenly fell on him. Xianxia was taken aback. Trapped by the power of the domain, he immediately felt that his primordial chi was hindered, making it difficult for him to circulate it smoothly, and every movement was very difficult. In addition, the haze spread out in the air in an instant, quickly catching up to Xianxia and surrounding him like a cage. It was also very corrosive and kept seeping into his body. Trapped in the air, Xianxia said with a wry smile, you really think highly of me. I'm just a mere 5-stars martial grandmaster. Do I need to use the power of the territory? And this misty air is also your ultimate skill, right? A trace of surprise flashed through the eyes of the goateed man, and then he said indifferently, can a mere 5-stars martial grandmaster cripple a martial emperor with one move? Also, that form shifting was impossible to do without 7th rank spirit power. I've always been a person who knows how to control my strength. If I can use less strength, I will never use more. You want me to use my domain because you have the right. It's not too late for you to submit to me now. I know you have a martial emperor realm thunder beast, but it's useless to me. You should think about it carefully. Xianxia smiled, knowing that he had encountered a difficult opponent. Moreover, the other party's faintly discernible aura was definitely not an ordinary martial honor. However, it would not be so easy to trap him. All right, I admit that my curiosity is harmful, but you're still wrong if you want to trap me. Rays of white light gushed out from his body, shooting away the mist like the sun. Even his domain seemed to be temporarily ineffective at this moment. Then, the sword chi in his hand condensed and emitted a dazzling light. He slashed forward with his sword, and the chi pierced through the rainbow. A vacuum passage was immediately opened up in the area and the mist in front of him. In an instant, Xianxia rushed out in a beam of light and was hundreds of meters away in just a few moments. The goateed man's face was aghast, and his eyes almost popped out. He cried out, what? He felt that he had overestimated Xianxia, but he did not expect that he had still underestimated him. Xianxia had torn apart his domain so easily, which was not something an ordinary martial emperor could do. What a mysterious kid. It's not that easy to escape from this old man. The man with the goatee seemed to feel that his dignity had been challenged. He let out an angry roar and rushed into the sky, chasing after them. His entire body was wrapped in a cloud of mist, and his speed was extremely fast. It was as if he had used some kind of secret technique, leaping forward in the air. Xianxia was taken aback. Although he had expected that the other party would not give up, he did not expect them to catch up so quickly. He had also seen through the goatee's secret movement technique. This kind of secret technique usually required one's full concentration, and it was easy to be interrupted once one was distracted. When he was less than 100 meters away from them, Xianxia quickly turned around and casually threw out a heaven and earth seal, which covered an area of space and pressed down hard. The man with the goatee immediately appeared from the haze. His eyes were wide open, and he angrily slapped down with his palm. A gray palm print rushed up with an overwhelming force. Boom! The entire heaven and earth seal was shattered by a casual palm strike, but Xianxia had managed to run a few hundred meters away in the meantime. He was so angry that he glared at her and shouted a few words before chasing after her. Ha ha ha! Yuan Gaohan's delighted laughter came from the Divine Realm tablet, and he said, I can't believe that the overbearing martial sovereign vanquisher, Gu Feiyang, is being chased by a martial venerable. I must spread this news to the public in the future. It's rare to see something strange, Xianxia said with a wry smile. You'll know when you're with me for a long time. It's not the first time I've been hunted down and forced to run for my life. Humph, you haven't changed at all. Now you only have the strength of a Wu Zong. Serves you right for offending people you can't afford to offend, Yuan Gaohan said in a very disdainful manner, with a strong sense of ridicule and happiness. Judging from the power of the domain just now, this goateed man is at least a 5-star martial supreme, Xianxia said in distress. He's so damn troublesome. He condensed another sword light, turned around, and slashed out. He then turned around and changed his direction, flying toward a certain place. The goateed man wiped out the sword beam with a casual grab, then looked in Yunxiao's direction and said angrily, If I don't catch you today, I'm not Tan Dijuan. He surged the haze around him and chased after her. Yunxiao had planned to escape in the direction of the sect competition, but on second thought, he suddenly changed his mind. After a few breaths, he seemed to have found a place and directly swooped down. At that moment, another Yunxiao flew up from below. It was his starlight soul body, and the two of them fused together in an instant before flying down. Who is it? A cry of surprise came from the bottom of the valley, and soon, a plump figure appeared. That's great. Yunxiao smiled and said, Except for Shouwei, all my friends are here. The woman rushed out as well, staring at Yunxiao in surprise as she said coldly, It's you? You were following us? You've misunderstood me, Yunxiao hurriedly said. I'm being hunted, so I fled here. I hope you can help me. Pursue and kill? How did you know we were here? The fat and round fellow was shocked. Who is chasing after you? Don't you have a martial emperor-level thunder-type demonic beast? Before Yunxiao could answer, a gloomy color appeared in the sky, exuding a terrifying pressure that rolled down and instantly locked on the three. The fat and round earth and the woman in palace clothing's expressions changed greatly, and they cried out in horror, Wu Zun! The hazy chi in the air was withdrawn, gradually revealing the appearance of a goateed man. He stared down coldly and said, Oh, so you two survivors are here too. You're really all here. Big beads of sweat rolled down from the fat boy's forehead as he shivered. You're so stubborn. This lord, we're not on the same side as him. He pointed at Yunxiao, his eyes full of resentment. Yunxiao laughed and said, We all went up the mountain together. How can we not be partners now? It doesn't matter if we're in cahoots or not. The goateed man sneered. I'll find you sooner or later anyway. I'm Tan Dijuan. I'm sure you've heard of me? The fat and round earth and the woman's faces changed at the same time. The fat earth even cried out, You are Tan Dijuan? He's the junior brother of the Big Dipper sect leader, Zhang Linghua. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the goateed man. He did not expect that there was such a relationship between them, but he seemed to have guessed something. Tan Dijuan's face darkened, and he said with hatred, I'm not that traitor's junior brother. This old master has returned this time to take back the position of sect master that originally belonged to me, and at the same time to clean up the traitor. The fat and round guy felt great pressure and said in cold sweat, Sir Tan, Our goals are not in conflict. Strictly speaking, Sir Tan and we can be considered to be from the same sect, so please show mercy. Tan Dijuan looked at him coldly and said, I can kill you 2 ants with a wave of my hand. What's the point of keeping you alive? The fat and round man was a tactful person, so he immediately heard the hidden meaning in his words. He hurriedly bowed and said, Ping Yingyi pays his respects to Sir Tan. He is willing to serve Sir Tan at all times and pledge his loyalty to you. The woman also came to a realization and hurriedly said, Shangguan Yuan pays her respects to Sir Tan. She is willing to serve Sir Tan and pledge her loyalty to you. They weren't stupid. If they were of no value to Tan Dijuan, they would have been turned into ashes immediately. Tan Dijuan's eyes moved from the 2 men to Yunxiao as he said coldly, How about you? Ping Yingyi and Shangguan Yuan immediately released their auras and locked onto Yunxiao, as if they were his subordinates. Yunxiao smiled wryly. I was counting on you 2 to help me. Why are you so unloyal? I'm not interested in being loyal to Sir Tan. Why don't we all go look for the treasure happily? My patience is limited, Tan Dijuan said. If I didn't value your talent, I wouldn't have talked so much with you. I'll give you one last chance to make a choice. Yunxiao smiled helplessly and said, You're a martial honor. I can't do anything to you, but if you want to kill me, you're daydreaming. Haha, you're so arrogant. Tan Dijuan's face darkened. He was so angry that he laughed and said, You don't know how high the sky is just because you have some talent. Today, this old man will tell you how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. As soon as he condensed his aura, the space around him was immediately locked like an iron bucket. Yunxiao felt as if he was in a solid body, and the endless pressure grew stronger and stronger. Apparently, Tan Dijuan was going to crush him to pieces with the power of space. Under the heavy pressure, Yunxiao's body began to twist and sway with the space, like a rubber band that was constantly being squeezed. Ping Yingyi looked at Yunxiao with pity. He could see that Yunxiao was about to be crushed by the other party at any time, unable to resist at all. Tan Dijuan's expression changed slightly. His heart was in turmoil. From the outside, it looked like he was toying with his opponent, squeezing him casually, but in fact he had used all his strength. This was the strongest spatial power he could use in his domain, but he couldn't even squeeze his opponent to death. Even an expert at the peak of the martial emperor realm would have exploded and died under such a powerful spatial compression. What was going on with this kid? While Tan Dijuan was shocked, Yunxiao was also slightly surprised. Under the pressure, his body was actually vaguely absorbing the spatial power of the other party. Although that degree of pressure was extremely uncomfortable, it was not to the point of danger. On the contrary, he felt that his body was constantly being tempered under that kind of distortion. There's actually such an effect. Does that mean I can use the living earth to suppress the space and then refine my body? Yunxiao had a strange thought in his heart, but he had no time to pay attention to the various expressions on the 3 people's faces. He let the space squeeze his body, feeling an unspeakable pleasure. Tan Dijuan, you're so fucking vicious. I'm going to die. Yunxiao's face was filled with pain as he cried out tragically. Tan Dijuan furrowed his brows and snorted. He increased the power of his domain again, trying to squeeze the man to death to vent the hatred in his heart. But 10 minutes later, cold sweat oozed out of his forehead, and Yunxiao was still screaming from time to time. This time, even Ping Yingyi and Shangguan Yuan could tell that something was wrong. Tan Dijuan was furious. How dare you fool me? You deserve to die, he shouted. He suddenly raised his foot and stomped down fiercely. The entire space trembled violently, and the qi gene on his foot shattered into pieces, like a curtain that had been shattered into countless butterflies that danced in the air. It was exceptionally beautiful, but the destructive power was suffocating. Ping Yingyi's and Shangguan Yuan's expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly dodged to the side, deeply afraid that they would be implicated. With their cultivation bases, they would basically die the moment they touched the spatial energy. Yunxiao chuckled, and a powerful spiritual power gushed out of his eyes, twisting the surrounding space. In the next moment, He disappeared from where he was and reappeared behind Tan Dijuan. Tan Dijuan turned around and kicked again. The space behind him cracked layer by layer, and the ground was crushed into powder like a huge chariot. Unhurriedly, Yunxiao teleported away again and reappeared dozens of meters away from Tan Dijuan in a flash. Suddenly, a mist seeped out of the space and surrounded Yunxiao in just a few breaths, wrapping him up and making it difficult for him to move. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and a hint of surprise flashed through them. Tan Dijuan sneered. Even a great alchemist has to have a time interval between two teleportations. I can tell from your attack just now that the interval was 20 breaths. It's a very short time, but it's enough for me to make a move. So what? Yunxiao said. So what? Your fog can't stop me at all. Have you forgotten? Tan Dijuan said with a mocking expression. You can try this time. He made a hand seal, and the mist in the sky immediately began to move. It seemed to become restless and restless. Yunxiao frowned and cried out. The purifying power of the bright moon divine body spread out like the light of the moon and the stars, blowing away the mist. He said coldly, I don't see any difference. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. He was actually being hugged by a pair of big hands. The mist took the shape of a human with no facial features to be seen, but it was more than 3 meters tall and wrapped Yunxiao in its arms. Although the light of the divine body had pierced through his body, it could not completely purify him, so it still held him tightly. The corrosive power of the mist made hissing sounds under the purifying light. It was extremely terrifying. If it were not for his abnormal physique, he would have been seriously injured and would have died. Moreover, the mist was also emitting a powerful fluctuation of primordial energy, which disrupted the frequency of the surrounding space, making it impossible for Yunxiao to teleport. Let's see where you can run to now. Aren't you very arrogant? If you have the ability, run. Tan Dijuan's face was filled with maliciousness. He raised his foot high and stomped down hard. The rumbling space shattered and collapsed toward Yunxiao, spreading out like a black passage with a terrible force. Both Ping Yingyi and Shangguan Yuan's faces changed drastically, thinking that Yunxiao was completely finished this time. If he were hit by such a force, he would not be able to escape. Yunxiao's face was a little solemn as well. The mist stuck to him like marshmallows, and although the divine light could break it apart, it could not disperse it. The human-shaped mist was still holding him tightly. A golden eye suddenly appeared in the middle of his brows. It opened abruptly, and as it opened and closed, there seemed to be a gust of wind blowing. Shwa shwa. At that moment, a tornado suddenly swept up around Yunxiao. The mist that had taken form could not hold on for a moment before it was blown away and sucked into the tornado. What? Tan Dijuan and Ping Yingyi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they exclaimed in shock. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and the whirlwind immediately rushed forward under his control, slamming into the huge force that was collapsing toward him. Boom, boom, boom. The collapsing force rushed into the whirlwind. Although it was hindered for a moment, it was still like a mantis trying to stop a car. It smashed the hissing wind power and crushed over. But in the process, Yunxiao teleported again and dodged the attack. The space hundreds of meters around him was shattered, and a black path was kicked out, which was slowly repairing itself. Tan Dijuan quieted down and stared at Yunxiao coldly without saying a word. That was close, Yunxiao thought to himself. If the domineering force of the collapse had hit him, he would have been crushed into pieces even if he had the supreme tyrant body. In the past, he could only use the Divine Realm tablet as a shield, which was why the tablet was constantly damaged. However, his newly refined immemorial heavens eye had already integrated a trace of the immemorial astral wind power. Although it was only a trace, it was still the origin power of wind. The whirlwind that was formed was enough to blow away the fog, which was why he was able to escape. Kid, who are you? Tan Dijuan suddenly asked. He seemed to have lost his temper after a few rounds of fighting. Moreover, the methods of this young man in front of him made him have no choice but to have some concerns. They were afraid that they would unknowingly offend some major power. Yunxiao circulated the Great Expansion Divine technique, to replenish his consumed soul power as soon as possible, then said with a smile, "Would you believe me if I just randomly said one?" Tan Dijuan furrowed his brows. He felt that it would be harder to get something out of this kid than to kill him. However, it was indeed extremely difficult to kill him under the current circumstances. "Are you really here for the treasure?" "I just wanted to borrow some primordial stones from the Big Dipper sect," Xianxia said with a smile. "I also wanted to see if I could borrow a teleportation array. Now, I want to see what the treasure is about." The three of them revealed strange expressions. Of course, they understood what he meant by borrow. "Are you short of primordial stones?" Tan Dijuan frowned in disbelief. In his opinion, an existence with monstrous talent like Xianxia would certainly be the top cultivation target in the sect, and generally, there would be no restriction on the supply of resources, so he would not lack primordial stones. Even if the sect only had one primeval stone left, they would give priority to people like him. Yes, it's not just an ordinary lack. Xianxia sensed that the other party's hostility was gradually decreasing, so he nodded and said with a smile, "I said that our goals are not in conflict. Why don't we think of a way to open the treasure together? We'll all benefit." "I'm not interested. As far as I know, the treasure has been gone for a long time," Tan Dijuan said coldly. His gaze fell on Pingyingi and the other, and said, "Do you guys have some random information?" "Lord Tan, it's just a map that our ancestors brought with them when they left the Northern Scorpion sect," Pingyingi hurriedly replied. He hurriedly took out a piece of old leather from his ring, spread it open in his hand, and handed it over. Tan Dijuan looked at him coldly and snorted. "The entire sect has this kind of thing. Back then, someone spied on the treasure and created a large number of fake maps. I'm afraid even Zhang Linghua can't tell the difference." Yes. However, there's a high possibility that this map is real," Pingyingi agreed. "Otherwise, the Big Dipper sect would have been exterminated by the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce hundreds of years ago. They must have dug out the treasure." Tan Dijuan fell into silence. He seemed to be thinking about something, and then he murmured, "Several hundred years ago, my master was only a disciple of the sect. I've heard of this secret before. It's very unreliable." He took the leather from Pingyingi's hands and touched it with his thumb. His expression immediately changed, and a sharp light shot out of his eyes. Tan Dijuan rubbed the leather in his hands a few times. A wisp of misty air came out from his fingertips, and when it touched the leather, it dispersed, leaving only a shallow mark. His face finally revealed a serious expression as he stared at the map and said, "This is the skin of a ninth-order monster beast." Pingyingi and Gao Yuan were both overjoyed. Pingyingi hurriedly said, "My lord, please be wise. We've studied the material of this map for a long time, but we can't determine its level." Darren saw it at a glance, as expected of a martial-honored level existence. He immediately felt good about himself after his flattery, and he felt that his status had risen a lot. Without the strength of a martial supreme or the body of a rank 9 demonic beast, there is no way to resist my mist. You will die upon contact." Tan Dijuan snorted. Although he showed his disdain, he still enjoyed the flattery. But as soon as he finished, his eyes fell on Xianxia, who was standing next to him. His face blushed slightly as he said angrily, "Only God knows how you cultivate, you little brat. Since this map is made of the skin of a 9th-tier demon beast," Xianxia said with an embarrassed smile, "it's very likely to be real." Tan Dijuan also started to pay attention to it, but he didn't look at the pattern on the map. He just kept rubbing it as if he was addicted to it. The three of them didn't make a sound, knowing that there must be a situation. Tan Dijuan touched it for a while. "I heard from my master that he's not sure if the treasure still exists, but it's most likely gone. The map is written on a piece of titanium paper. Titanium platinum paper is as thin as a hair and as light as nothing," Xianxia said, "but it can withstand the burning fire without melting. If it's hidden inside, we can use fire to burn the leather." "That's right." Tan Dijuan nodded and said, "You are indeed a great alchemist." He grabbed the leather in his hand and immediately condensed a ball of flame, roasting it in his palm. The leather remained unmoved in the flames, and after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, it was completely unscathed. Tan Dijuan's face changed, and he said in horror, What's going on? He took out the leather and turned it over for a closer look, but he did not find any traces of forging. Not even a mark was left. Although he was not a master of the fire element, the fire element condensed by the power of a martial supreme was not ordinary. This leather was actually so fire-resistant. It's more likely that there's titanium platinum in it, Xianxia said. This map must be made of the skin of a 9th-tier fire-type demon beast. Let me try. Tan Dijuan was displeased. He snorted and said, Do you think you're better than me? With a wry smile, Xianxia touched the bridge of his nose and said, I'm an alchemist, and I have a strange fire in my hand. Tan Dijuan was skeptical, but he still handed the map to Xianxia. Xianxia unfolded the map and gently touched it with his hand. It was indeed the skin of a 9th-tier fire-type demon beast, and he could even feel the gentle fluctuation of fire element on it. The immemorial heaven's eye in the heart of his brows opened and condensed a ball of phoenix illusory fire, burning the map. If he was too strong, he was afraid that he would burn the titanium and platinum. Therefore, he only dared to test it with ethereal fire. As soon as the map touched the ethereal fire, it immediately burned and began to curl up. Tan Dijuan was frightened. His eyes were wide open, and he felt that what was happening in front of him was unreal. No matter what, he had the strength of a martial honor. The leather that couldn't be burned in the slightest was actually burned to nothing in his hands. The difference was too big. He had expected that even if Xianxia had an alien flame, it would take him at least several hours to cook something, but he did not expect that in just a breath or an instant, the beast's skin of a 9th-tier fire-type demon beast would be completely turned into ashes. The only explanation was that the strange fire on this kid's body was really too overbearing, too abnormal. Who is this kid? Looking at Xianxia's calm face, Tan Dijuan did not feel any fear. It's out. Ping Yingyi suddenly let out a loud cry as he looked joyfully at the flames. Sure enough, after the beast's skin was burned, a dazzling piece of paper appeared, shimmering with golden light in the flames. Xianxia was overjoyed as well. He hurriedly put out the flame and reached out to grab it. Humph! Tan Dijuan snorted and grabbed the titanium paper. Sci-Fi, the sound of roasting meat came from his hand, followed by a scream. He hurriedly threw the titanium paper away. His eyes filled with horror. Suddenly, he found that his palm was charred black. Although his injuries weren't very serious, the heat wave had penetrated his defensive power and burned his skin. I forgot to tell you, Xianxia chuckled. You can't touch the metal that has been burned. He calmly grabbed the titanium paper that Tan Dijuan had thrown away, but nothing happened to it. The titanium paper flickered with light, and a few lines appeared. It was a map that was completely different from the one on the animal skin. Let me see. Tan Dijuan had learned his lesson this time. He poured his vital qi into his palm and then took it. He looked down and said in surprise, This? How could it be here? Ping Yingyi and Shangguan Yuan also moved closer. After looking around for a while, they didn't understand what was going on. They didn't know much about the terrain of this mountain range. Where is this? Xianxia asked. He could see that Tan Dijuan's face was a little serious. Tan Dijuan looked at the map for a while and said, You should know that South Fire City's greatest resource is the Li Fire Golden Crystal. There are hundreds of mines of all sizes around it, with countless major forces mixed in. However, there's a dangerous place to the east that's also rich in Li Fire Golden Crystal, but no one dares to mine it. That place has become a dead land. Death? Are you saying that the treasure recorded on this map is in this land of death? Xianxia asked. Tan Dijuan suddenly laughed and said, Ha! Not only in a dead end. In addition, I'm afraid that I'm the only one who knows about this place. I can tell from this map that it's the layout of that place, but even if I know it's a dead land, I might not be able to find it, he said proudly. This is because when I was young, I chanced upon a piece of Li Fire golden source in this place, so I have a deep impression of it. The Li-Fire golden source is a supreme treasure produced by the condensation and collapse of a large number of Li-Fire golden crystals, Xianxia said. Although it is not as precious as the elemental source, it is still a rare treasure with extremely high value. Tan Dijuan looked regretful and resentful. He cursed. Back then, a 7th-tier alchemist traded this Li-Fire golden source for 3 7th-tier medicinal pills. It's a pity that I'm young and insensible. I thought I'd gained a big advantage, but now it seems that it's simply a deal that makes people vomit blood. If I see that alchemist again, I'll kill him, he said viciously. You're stupid. Xianxia laughed. How can you blame others? Even if that thing was exchanged for 3 9th-tier medicinal pills, it wouldn't be too much. Since we know the location, let's not delay any further and go now. Tan Dijuan's face changed. He put away the map and said, we can't rush it. It's not easy to go to a dead end. Only those who have been there know the dangers. Besides, it's the time for the sect tournament. I must expose Zhang Linghua's true colors in front of all the forces and kill him with my own hands. What did he do to make you hate him so much? Xianxia asked curiously. What did he do to make you hate him so much? I heard from this little fatty that you two weren't fellow disciples in the past. Tan Dijuan's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, Bah! That bastard had killed his master and seized the sect master's position. I was originally the sect master of the Big Dipper sect, but this bastard killed my master and seriously injured me for a 9th-tier medicinal pill. If I wasn't stronger than him at that time, I would have died from his sneak attack. It's the heavens who didn't let me die. They gave me the chance to take revenge. I see. Yes, Xianxia nodded and said, there are hundreds of such vendetta cases in the entire heavenly martial realm every day, and I can't be bothered to care about it. Give me the map, in case you lose it after you die. Looking at Tan Dijuan's murderous eyes, Xianxia smiled in embarrassment and said, I've only heard that Zhang Linghua has advanced to the rank of a martial supreme. Do you think it's possible for you to cross a major realm and kill him? You're obviously going to die. I don't care about that, but don't give him my map. Tan Dijuan snorted angrily. What martial supreme? You're just lying to outsiders. According to my investigation, he's only half a martial supreme now. With his trashy innate talent, it would be impossible for him to advance to the martial supreme realm in this lifetime. Back then, Master saw that his cultivation was limited, so he decided to pass the sect master's position to me. As for his current realm, he had also wantonly sold the sect's interests in exchange for a large number of medicinal pills. He had directly rushed up with enlightenment. His lifetime's worth of cultivation will be limited to this. I can see that you still have a lot of spies in the Big Dipper sect, Xianxia said curiously. The man in the yellow robe is one of them, right? But even so, a half-martial supreme has mastered a part of the rule force. You should know that everyone under the rule force is an ant. What right do you have to fight him? You don't need to worry about that, Tan Dijuan snorted. Suddenly, a strange look appeared on his face as he stared at Xianxia and said, I've suddenly thought of the best person to deal with Zhang Linghua. Xianxia was taken aback by his wolf-like gaze. Don't tell me you're going to say that I'm the candidate? You want me, a martial great master, to kill a half-step to the martial emperor realm? Can you be more ridiculous? Tan Dijuan showed a cold smile and said, It's not nonsense at all. It's because you're a Wu Zong that no one will notice you. With your teleportation ability, you should be able to get close to him. That flame power just now would have seriously injured a half-step martial emperor if he was caught off guard. In addition to your strong physical defense, Zhang Linghua won't be able to kill you even if he goes berserk. As long as you make a move, my arrangements will be activated. You will definitely not be in danger. What a joke, Xianxia sneered. Why would I risk my life to help you kill Zhang Linghua? Don't you need primordial stones? Tan Dijuan asked. As long as Ying Luo don't mention it, Xianxia interrupted. No matter how many primordial stones I have, it's not worth the risk. Since he was the leader of a sect, he should have a few trump cards. If you use it when your life is in danger, I might turn into ashes and I won't be able to enjoy your primeval stones. Don't mention this matter again. If Zhang Linghua was not one step away from becoming a Nine Heavens martial sovereign, he would still be willing to take the risk as long as he had enough vitality stones. No matter how powerful a martial honor was, he was still a martial honor, and Yun Xiao knew better than anyone else how powerful a martial emperor was. The Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens suppressed everything, and even his supreme overlord body couldn't resist it. Tan Dijuan seemed to have expected that he would refuse, but he didn't give up. He continued to encourage him. What about this treasure? When the North Scorpion sect was at its peak, it was even more powerful than the 7 superpowers of today. Didn't you say that the treasure is empty? Yun Xiao sneered. If there was really such a fortune, how could you be so calm now? Who are you trying to fool? Tan Dijuan was stunned, and he had a strange expression on his face. He didn't expect the other party to be so cautious and stubborn. He forced a smile and said, "That's because no real treasure map has ever appeared. But it's different now that titanium paper is definitely real. No one knows what kind of treasure is inside. Maybe it'll be empty, but maybe it'll shock the world. Do you think you can take a gamble? I can bet on it," Yun Xiao said after a slight hesitation. "But I've never let go of my eagle until I see the rabbit. I'll take care of the treasure map. Also, after we're done, regardless of whether the treasure is real or fake, you must give me 100 million superior-grade primordial stones." Not only Tan Dijuan, but even Ping Yingyi and Shangguan Yuan gasped in shock. 100 million superior-grade primordial stones? Tan Dijuan was shocked and angry. Did I hear it wrong, or did you say it wrong? 100 million superior-grade primordial stones for the life of a half-step martial emperor, as well as the foundation of the entire Big Dipper sect, Yun Xiao said slowly. Do you think it's a high price? Bullshit. Tan Dijuan was furious. I only asked you to make the first move. Do you think you can take Zhang Linghua's life with one strike? You still need my backup. I can give you 100 million mid-grade origin stones at most. Yun Xiao was amused. He found that he had fallen in love with bargaining. Then you can keep this 100 million medial-grade primordial stones for yourself. I think if you sell the news of your assassination to Zhang Linghua, it should be more than this. You coward! Tan Dijuan's face suddenly changed. His body was filled with anger, and the power of his domain instantly suppressed Yun Xiao. However, when he saw the other party's nonchalant expression, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He also understood that it was really difficult for him to keep this kid. Otherwise, he would have captured him and killed him long ago. He would not have wrangled with him for so long. 100 million superior-grade primordial stones is too much, he said helplessly. I don't think the entire Big Dipper sect's disciples have that many cultivation resources in a year. 1 billion middle grade is the most I can accept. If you sell my information to Zhang Linghua, you might not even get a single primeval stone, and you might even get yourself killed. Although I can't trap you, I'm afraid it'll be hard for you to escape from a half-step martial emperor. Yun Xiao laughed. That's too little. The Big Dipper sect owns at least 10% of the resources in Nanhua City. You have the nerve to sell 1 billion medial-grade primordial stones? If you can't give me 5 billion, I'd rather risk my life and try Zhang Linghua. I'd like to see how strong a half-step martial emperor is. Tan Dijuan was so angry that smoke rose from his head. He gritted his teeth and said, All right, 5 billion. However, a dark glint flashed in his eyes. His eyes were gray, and one could not tell what he was thinking. In the haze, there was a little bit of killing intent. By his estimation, even if Zhang Linghua's counterattack could not kill this kid, it would at least be able to severely injure him. He did not mind finishing off this arrogant kid who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth before killing Zhang Linghua. And now you have the spirit of a sect leader. With a smile on his face, Yun Xiao reached out to ask for the treasure map. Tan Dijuan snorted coldly, and the haze in his eyes dissipated. Then he threw the map to Yun Xiao without hesitation. It seemed that the possibility of the so-called treasure existing was indeed very low. Otherwise, as the disciple of the previous sect master, Tan Dijuan should have attached great importance to it. Tomorrow's Big Dipper Sec's top 10 competition will be the most lively time, Tan Dijuan said. When the top 10 competition is over and Zhang Linghua is giving out the award, it'll be your turn. I've already made all the follow-up preparations, and I've already roped in 6 of the Big Dipper Sec's 10 great elders, all of whom are shameless and hate Zhang Linghua's character. You only need to use that flame to attack Zhang Linghua, and regardless of whether you succeed or fail, immediately retreat after the attack. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. He put on a face that seemed to be concerned about Yunxiao's comfort and said, If I'm not wrong, that flame power of yours is also controlled by soul power. If you use it as an attack, I'm afraid you won't be able to teleport away immediately, right? Yunxiao put on a pitiful look and said, That's right. I hope that Sir Tan can bestow upon me an 8th grade armor to protect myself. This Ing Luo. Cough, cough. Tan Dijuan coughed a few times and said, I don't have that thing either, so you have to be careful. Without waiting for Yunxiao's answer, he immediately changed the subject and said, There's still one day before the competition of the top 10 tomorrow. You guys can stay here and cultivate. I'll go and arrange some more methods. The person who contacted me was killed by you with one palm, he said to Yunxiao, grumbling. I have to do it myself. As if he was afraid that Yunxiao would ask him for something, he turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared. As soon as Tan Dijuan left, Ping Yingyi and Shangguan Yuan instantly felt the pressure disappear. They let out a heavy breath, feeling even more nervous. Ping Yingyi gave Yunxiao a strange look, then pulled his face open and said with a smile, What's this little brother's name? You were the one who sent us out of the courtyard earlier, right? My surname is Li, Yunxiao said with a smile. You can just call me Young Master Yun. Under those circumstances, only the two of you were able to turn the situation around. You won't have any complaints about me, right? Haha. Young Master Yun, you must be joking. Ping Yingyi suppressed the urge to kill Yunxiao with a palm strike and said generously, Even if Young Master Yun didn't teleport us, we would still have to step forward in that situation. Even Tan Dijuan could not do anything to Yunxiao, so Ping Yingyi naturally knew that he could do nothing about it. Besides, if he killed Yunxiao and ruined Tan Dijuan's plan, they would probably be struck to death as soon as possible. So he could only swallow the hatred. Although he had a myriad of thoughts in his mind, his face remained serious. As the saying goes, where the Tao is, I will move forward even if there are thousands of people. Even if I die 9 times, I will have no regrets. He turned to look at Shangguan Yuan and said, Don't you agree? Shangguan Yuan's face had always been cold, but this time, she could not help but blush shyly. She stammered and turned her head away, pretending not to know him. Yunxiao felt that he had underestimated the layer of fat on this round face. It was thicker than he had imagined. We're all working for Sir Tan now, Ping Yingyi laughed. We're family. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. Yes, Yunxiao nodded. In that case, I won't be polite. I'm currently lacking some primeval stones. Brothers and sisters, please help me out. Ping Yingyi took out 100 mid-grade primordial stones from his ring and smiled. Take it, don't be polite. What's big brother's is yours. Yunxiao nodded and said, Then I won't be polite. He silently took the primordial stones from Ping Yingyi and put them away. Suddenly, a ring appeared in his palm, and it trembled as it lay there. Ping Yingyi's expression changed. He was shocked to find that his storage ring had been taken away without anyone knowing. He cried out, Young Master Yun, this is my Xianxia. Yunxiao turned around and said with a smile, What's big brother's is also mine. I won't be polite. Bang! Under the impact of his powerful soul power, the storage ring in his hand broke through the restriction. A space of meson appeared, but it shrank rapidly in the blink of an eye and was about to disappear. Yunxiao reached out his hand at an extremely fast speed, and everything was pulled into his palm, then disappeared in a flash. The space of meson only existed for a few breaths before it completely disappeared, leaving behind a broken ring which he casually threw into the grass. This buy-in, Ping Yingyi was dumbfounded and hurriedly said, Young Master Yun, no matter what, you should leave some for brother. If you take everything off, How will Big Brother cultivate in the future? Yuanxiao frowned slightly as he flipped his right palm, and a palm-sized jade figure appeared in his hand. His pupils constricted as he asked, "What is this?" This jade figure was found in Ping Yingyi's ring. Other than its material, its size and shape were exactly the same as the one he had found in Liang Quan's netherstone. He didn't have the time to study that vile person, so he threw him to Yuan Gaohan. Yuan Gaohan looked at it a few times, but he did not seem to be interested in it. Compared with this, Yuanxiao had too many things about arts and mystic artifacts that interested him. Ping Yingyi's face showed a strange expression, and he stammered, "It's nothing. It's just a little jade person. It's just fun." "Oh." Yuanxiao gave a casual, "Oh," then put it away and said, "It's really fun. Lend it to me for 70 or 80 years. Ping Yingyi wiped his sweat and hurriedly said, "Young Master Yun, to tell you the truth, that thing is the inheritance holy statue of the heavenly scorpion sect, which was used to pass down martial arts and cultivation methods. The martial technique I learned is called the Thunder Heart Fist, and it was passed down from this sacred elephant. Some martial arts techniques were too powerful and couldn't be recorded in books through ordinary words, nor could they be imprinted in jade slips with spiritual sense. They were recorded through some special materials. For example, the Great Realm Divine technique that Yuanxiao had learned could only be inherited in the Divine Realm tablet and could not exist in the world." "I see. I have no use for that thing." Yuanxiao threw the jade statue back to Ping Yingyi. He had seen the Thunderheart Fist he used before. It was extremely powerful in the eyes of ordinary warriors, but it was nothing to him. Ping Yingyi was stunned for a moment. The most valuable thing in his eyes had been ignored. He stood there in a daze, not knowing what to say. Yuanxiao ignored him and sat down cross-legged to meditate. Ping Yingyi's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness, his expression dark and uncertain. Yuanxiao's courage was beyond his expectations, for he had dared to meditate and cultivate in front of him without any warning. Both he and Shangguan Yuan had a serious look on their faces. They exchanged a glance, and Shangguan Yuan shook her head slightly, indicating that he should not act rashly. Holding back the urge to slap Yuanxiao to death, Ping Yingyi flew hundreds of meters away with Shangguan Yuan before sitting down and cultivating. They did not dare to get too close to Yuanxiao. Yuanxiao entered the Divine Realm tablet and took back the little man, which was neither gold nor jade, from Yuan Gaohan. After looking at it for a while, he injected his divine sense into it and studied it carefully, only to find that it was indeed strange. Although this little person didn't have a face, it was refined to completely imitate the structure of a human body. The 5 internal organs, 6 hollow organs, and hundreds of extraordinary meridians were all present. This kind of refining technique was definitely the work of a 9th-tier alchemist, and no alchemist below the 9th tier could have such exquisite control. His spiritual sense followed the small person's meridians and continued to extend down, finally entering his dantian. However, it suddenly tightened and found a flash of golden light, so vast that it could not be seen. "Strange," Yuanxiao muttered to himself, then transformed into his human form and appeared in the little man's dantian, where he began to search around. All of a sudden, the golden light in the entire space darkened and became extremely dull. Wisps of azure qi began to appear, which transformed into lightning that flashed incessantly within. What powerful lightning! Could it be that this little person contains the wood essence? Yuanxiao was shocked. The thunderbolt was originally transformed from the second wood qi, and little Qing had been through tens of thousands of years, and it was only transformed with the help of the power of Noah's ship, which was infinitely close to the power of the origin. If they were caught and refined into the E-wood qi, they would be the same as the breathing earth, the true phoenix fire, and the immemorial astral wind. He looked at the flashing lightning around him in surprise. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and landed directly on his soul form, clearing up his sea of consciousness. The originally calm spiritual altar and sea of consciousness suddenly became filled with lightning and thunder, blasting away all distracting thoughts. The entire spiritual altar was completely bathed in the rain of lightning. Yuanxiao's body trembled, and he immediately felt a spell being forcibly imprinted into his mind under the bombardment of the thunderbolt. He immediately focused his mind and allowed the lightning to wreak havoc in his spiritual altar as he silently comprehended. In the outside world, only a few breaths of time had passed, but in the spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, it was as if several hours had passed. The power of thunder and lightning also gradually weakened. The tiny person's dantian quickly regained its calm. The golden light rose again, but it was no longer as sharp as before. Instead, it was gentle. Xianxia's human form dissipated from the little man and condensed in the divine realm tablet, a thoughtful look on his face. When he was in it just now, he had indeed received a strange cultivation technique. This cultivation technique did not have a name, but it was a movement technique that achieved the effect of teleportation through the power of lightning. If cultivated to the extreme, one could even temper one's body into a body of lightning, turning into lightning just like Little Green. The only flaw was that one had to have the assistance of the lightning element or the second would chi, or else the effects would be minimal. The results were also related to the strength of the supporting elements and one's own talent. According to the effects of this cultivation technique, it was indeed a bit abnormal to cultivate the body into a body of lightning. But that was the power after he had mastered it, and it was a little useless for Xianxia now, so he could not use it for a short time. Forget it. We'll talk about it when we find more lightning in the future. There is indeed some wood chi in the Divine Realm tablet, which is some fragments of Little Qing's original body that I snatched. However, it needs to be used to repair the Divine Realm tablet, so it must not be used. He sighed and stopped thinking about it. Repairing the Divine Realm tablet was the top priority at the moment. At the moment, Yuan Gaohan was using the Phoenix Divine Fire to temper the Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron. Although Xianxia had taught him part of the power of rules in the steel, it was still very difficult for him to use it. However, the power of the Divine Fire shocked him, and he was also overjoyed, enjoying the feeling of controlling 10th-tier flames. Gu Yuesheng, on the other hand, had been forced to improve the alchemy recipes of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. With his knowledge as a 7th-tier alchemist, it was not difficult for him to do so, and he could ask Yuan Gaohan for help if he had any questions. Yuan Gaohan was also happy to answer. He really appreciated Gu Yuesheng. Those questions were often critical, and he explained them in great detail, which benefited Gu Yuesheng a lot. Xianxia stood in the air and conjured the Great Realm Divine technique in front of him. He felt that he could not refine the Divine Realm tablet at all. The only thing he could do now was to pour as much spirit chi as possible into it and use the Divine Realm tablet's own healing power to let it repair itself. But the speed was so slow that it was a little worrying. The millions of mid-grade primordial stones he had gotten from Pingyi were all used up in one go. It was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood, and the spiritual chi in the entire steel did not improve at all. Why don't we go back to Yanwu after the martial arts and martial arts conference of the Merchant Union? With the abundant spirit chi there, it's no weaker than the 7 superpowers, so it should be the fastest way to repair the Divine Realm tablet. Xianxia put away his thoughts and gently pointed at the light in his hand. Then, an armor appeared from his body, emitting a dark light. The surface of the armor was made of some unknown metal, and there was no fluctuation of spirit energy except for the black light. Let's repair this thing first. It'll give us more assurance when we fight Zhang Linghua tomorrow. A sect leader, even if he was a half-step martial emperor, would more or less have a trump card. It would be a huge joke if we were to die in a moment of carelessness. He continued to cast spells into the Devil Sky armor. With his current strength, it was extremely difficult for him to repair a 9th-tier profound armament. Moreover, the Devil Sky armor was still lacking the most important thing. Xianxia looked at the ground. On the calm ground, he could clearly feel an external force surging. Although it was suppressed under the ground, it was unending and difficult to destroy. Are we really going to use that power? He pondered for a moment, and with a light shout, a crack appeared on the ground below. A mass of black gas surged up and spread out at an extremely fast speed. Very quickly, half of the ground was dyed a thick black ink. Humph! You dare to be so arrogant in my territory. Xianxia snorted coldly as he performed an incantation gesture with one hand and pointed out a finger. A sharp wind suddenly appeared in the sky above the ground. The monstrous demonic chi was immediately stopped from spreading, and gathered in the center under the wind. This was the attack that the great demon had used when they were fleeing in the outer space. As long as the devil chi didn't die, it could only be suppressed under the divine realm tablet by his elemental power. Once there was any gap, it would escape on its own as if it had a spirit. It's my first time using devilish chi to refine devilish armor. Xianxia chuckled a few times, then threw the demonic sky armor down into the monstrous demonic aura, where it immediately glowed with a dazzling black light. The demonic sky armor seemed to come alive in an instant, floating in the demonic sea. As Xianxia continued to cast spells, the monstrous fiend energy began to pour into the armor at an extremely fast speed. Xianxia frowned. The armor seemed to have a very strong self-healing ability, and as long as there was enough fiend energy, it could be reborn. He gradually slowed down the incantation gesture in his hand, but the devilish armor's absorption speed did not change. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, all the devilish chi on the ground had been absorbed by it, leaving no trace behind. After the demonic sky armor absorbed all the demonic chi, it released an astonishingly powerful pressure. The entire space began to shake because of its existence. Xianxiao's face flickered. He could clearly feel the mark he had left in the armor gradually disappearing. It was as if the armor had a spirit of its own, and it wanted to erase his refinement imprint. Impudent! You still dare to cause trouble in my divine realm tablet. Xianxia slowly raised his hands. They seemed to be frozen in the air, but in an instant, they turned into countless afterimages, and a strange light appeared in his palms, gradually condensing into 3 golden tadpole-like characters that flickered constantly. The moment the 3 symbols appeared, the space immediately stabilized. The demonic sky armor seemed to have sensed something, and it immediately turned into a black light and fled into the distance. Xianxia chuckled and said softly, "So close, yet so far." His figure disappeared in an instant and appeared directly in front of the demonic sky armor. 3 golden tadpole-like characters in his hands were pressed down in the air. Ming King Seal. The demonic chi that was surging up from the demonic sky armor was directly dispersed by the 3 ancient scriptures. The entire armor emitted a bright golden light and stopped in the air. It no longer felt like it was going to go berserk. The remaining connection between Xianxia and the armor was still like a silk thread, looming and about to break at any moment. This armor is indeed strange. I don't even dare to wear it anymore. It's safer to refine you again. Xianxia summoned his divine flame and burned the demonic sky armor. After the armor was hit by the seal, it stopped completely and let the divine fire burn and refine it. Nothing unusual happened to it, and it soon appeared in front of Xianxia as if it had been renewed. The demonic dragon's voice suddenly rang out. "I think it's better not to use this armor. It just feels weird." Xianxia stared at the armor for a while, then said in a serious voice, "It's just a mere 9th-tier profound armament. I don't believe that it can overturn the heavens." He pointed with his finger and the armor immediately turned into a ray of light and was absorbed into his body. He poured his soul power in to check and only felt at ease when he found no problems. He immediately stood in the air and began to adjust his own consumption. Soon, he heard Ping Ying's call, and his transformed body disappeared from the divine realm tablet and returned to his original body. When Xianxia opened his eyes, he saw that Ping Ying and Shangguan Yuan had become impatient. This refining process took a day and a night. It was already the 3rd day, the battle to determine the top 10. Xianxia thought of Mei Dong. He wondered what kind of results the little girl had achieved, but it was no longer important. Under the morning light, the Big Dipper sect looked a little dusky. Very soon, the weather would change. Xianxia suddenly felt a sense of pride in his chest, and he let out a long howl that soared into the sky. The power of a 5-stars martial grandmaster burst out at this moment and instantly rose to the peak. He was stuck at the bottleneck for a long time and could not break through. Ping Ying and Shangguan Yuan exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Although Xianxia was only exuding the strength of a 5-stars martial grandmaster, which was far inferior to them, for some reason, They felt a sense of powerlessness that was difficult to resist. I wish young Master Yun success today. Ping Yingyi forced a smile and said. Yun Xiao smiled and said nothing. The three of them immediately turned into 3 beams of light and headed toward the base of the Big Dipper sect. This place was already within the mountain's protective formation. Every martial artist who entered had passed the inspection. From time to time there would be a flash of light. They were all flying to watch the competition on the last day. In order to avoid trouble, Yun Xiao and the other 2 landed from a distance and walked up. The intersect competition was held on the largest mountain of the Big Dipper sect. 10 huge arenas were set on the top of the mountain like chess pieces, and the 9 arenas were all built with 4th-tier materials, diamond and jade. It was said that the North Scorpion sect had been in existence since the founding of the sect, and it was considered a high-end, magnificent and high-grade sect in the entire heavenly martial arts realm. Even if it was a grade 4 material in thousands of years of wind and rain, it had also been damaged countless times and repaired countless times. The various traces of repair on it were enough to prove the powerful history of the North Scorpion sect. Under the layout of 9 dragons surrounding a pearl, the largest square ring in the middle was made of 6th-grade sparkling flying stones, which made people gasp in amazement and even envy. Although the jade-light flying stone was considered a 2nd-grade material within the 6th tier, it was enough to cast tens of thousands of 6th-tier profound armaments. This kind of skill, even the 7 super forces didn't have it. Fortunately, this jade-light flying stone was only a 6th-grade item, and its use was limited. Otherwise, it would definitely not have been able to remain for long. Some of the small sects that were peaking didn't have the strength, and the super forces didn't care about it, so they didn't have the face to snatch it. This was why this huge stage made of jadeite flying stones had been preserved to this day. In front of the ring, there was an exquisite viewing platform floating in the air. The stage wasn't big. It was jade white in color and in the shape of a semicircular fan. It seemed to be able to accommodate less than 100 people. It was obvious that only those who had reached a certain status were qualified to go up. 2 martial emperor-rank disciples of the Big Dipper sect stood guard on both sides of the viewing platform to prevent unauthorized people from entering. A large number of cultivators had long been squeezed below, bustling with discussion, all kinds of lecherous expressions appearing on everyone's faces, saliva flying everywhere, each boasting, "Hey, brother pheasant, why are you holding a green hat in front of me all day long? Sigh, to be honest. Brother Haonan, I saw a brother's wife having an affair a few days ago. Do you think I should tell him? Fuck. There's such a thing? Of course I have to say it. However, Ingluo, as a brother, it's really not good for you to ask. Otherwise, your brother will lose face. AI, yeah. That's why I've been hanging a green hat in front of him all day, hoping that he'll understand what I mean." There were also quite a few people who had placed bets on the top 10 most popular people and the top 3 most popular people. Yun Xiao listened for a while and found that the top 3 candidates were basically Chang Yu and Shi Kaishan, who were basically guaranteed to be in the top 2. As for the third candidate, people had different opinions, and few people called her Mei Dong. He didn't see Shou Wei in the crowd. He had probably gone down the mountain. He didn't even see Luo Xinran's group, so he didn't know what that group of people was doing. Yun Xiao scanned everyone with his divine sense. None of them had a high strength, and he could tell that there were only a few martial emperors among them, so he felt that there was no problem. In that case, the backup arranged by Tan Dijuan should be on the viewing platform. He looked over and saw a ray of light flying across the sky and landing on the platform. 2 figures walked out from the light, both of them wrapped in black robes. The 2 martial emperor's disciples who were on guard hurriedly stepped forward. The black-robed man in the lead took out a token and waved it. The 2 disciples immediately retreated in shock, bowed, and said respectfully, "Elder Sima." The black-robed man walked straight to one of the seats and sat down. The person behind him stood on his left. Both of them were covered in black robes, so their faces could not be seen clearly. There was naturally no lack of meddlesome people below, and they all sent their divine senses up, but they were all blocked by an invisible force. They knew that their strength was far from that of the other party, so they retreated in the face of difficulties. However, one of the senses passed through the defenses extremely quickly and passed by the 2 of them, immediately drawing their attention. Elder Sima's eyes instantly turned in Yunxiao's direction. Two bright lights flickered in his black robe, but he could not lock onto who it was from the crowd. "There's an expert down there," he said. The black-robed man behind him bent down slightly and whispered in Elder Sima's ear. Soon, Elder Sima's eyes narrowed again. This time, he stared straight at Yunxiao, as if he wanted to see through him. The divine sense just now was Yunxiao's, and he had confirmed that the black-robed man behind him was Luo Xinran. This group of people should have come for the treasure. He heard from Shou Wei that they were all itinerant cultivators, and he did not know why they had been taken in by Elder Sima. And at this moment, Luo Xianran must have told Sima Feng his identity, which was why Sima Feng's sharp eyes were on him. He snorted and slightly rotated the Great Expansion divine technique, immediately flicking the spiritual sense away from his body. It was no longer able to enter the 5-meter radius around him. Sima Feng's pupils constricted. He grabbed the armrest of his chair with his right hand and made a deep claw mark on the tigerhead armrest, which was made of high-grade alchemy materials. A circle of faint primordial energy rippled from his right hand. It was enough to show how shocked he was at the moment. Although Sima Feng's eyes were fixed on Yunxiao, the man was perfectly fine and looked indifferent and lazy. However, it made Ping Yingyi and Shangguan Yuan, who were behind him, feel uneasy. "Young Master Yun, does the black-robed elder know you?" Ping Yingyi asked in a low voice. Yunxiao nodded and said, "Yes. The man behind him is the skinny man who attacked us that night. His name is Luo Xinran. I beat him up that night." "Ah, it's them." Both Ping Yingyi and Shangguan Yuan revealed resentful expressions. Originally, they had gone through a lot of trouble to sneak into the Big Dipper sect. If they hadn't encountered that group of boorish hooligans, they wouldn't have exposed their identities. But then again, if he had not exposed his identity, he would not have been able to find out the secret of the treasure map, and this trip would have been in vain. Thinking of this, the two of them calmed down a little. However, his eyes were still filled with ruthlessness. If he had the chance, he would definitely find Luo Xinran and take revenge. Yunxiao ignored Sima Feng's gaze. He was not afraid of exposing his strength. Since he was going to assassinate Zhang Linghua soon, the whole city would know about it in a few hours, so it didn't matter if he was a little arrogant now. Soon, rays of light began to fly from the sky one after another. These people who dared to fly arrogantly were all people of status, and they directly rushed to the viewing platform. Most of them were the Big Dipper sect's elders and the sect masters of some small sects. They were all familiar with each other and constantly greeted each other, trying to get closer. Moreover, they were well aware of the seats on the viewing platform. Where they should sit and where they couldn't sit, there was an extremely strict strength level. Suddenly, a few figures appeared on the viewing platform, surprising Yunxiao. The man in the lead was Elder Lu, who had been guarding the gate earlier, followed by two martial emperor disciples. One of them was the middle-aged man in yellow who had been killed by Yunxiao with one move. Not only did they look exactly the same, but their cultivation base was also a 1-star martial emperor. A transformation simulation technique? Yunxiao asked in surprise. What? The transformation simulation technique was also a secret technique, and it was extremely mystical. If Yunxiao had not killed the middle-aged man in the yellow robe himself, he would not have been able to tell the difference with a casual inspection. After a careful examination, Yunxiao found something strange. The middle-aged man in yellow looked too ordinary, and his face lacked the arrogance and superiority that his real body had. This was something that could be seen on every Big Dipper sect disciple's face. However, the yellow-robed, middle-aged man's face was calm and steady. When she saw the news of a dog being killed today, she burst into tears and felt depressed for the whole day. A dog that had been living with a homeless man was held by 2 police officers and then beaten to death. The homeless man sat in a withered position, watching the police kill his companion in front of him. There was only helplessness in his eyes. The only thing the homeless had the ability to do was to hold onto it and not let go. The dog's body, on the other hand, always faced its owner. Tai was really crying and calling for everyone to boycott eating dog meat. Yunxiao was sure that this man must be a simulation of Tan Dijun's transformation. This time, he had overturned all his previous observations. Since Tan Dijun had such a brilliant transformation and simulation technique, it was very likely that there were some powerful people hiding among these seemingly casual warriors. He had to be more careful. He thought to himself, when I assassinate Zhang Linghua, I must have some life-saving methods. Tan Dijun is not reliable, so I must have everything under my control. Elder Lu greeted the people who had come before him, then walked to the end of the hall and sat down. Tan Dijun and another disciple stood behind him carefully. They didn't look out of place at all. Judging from the situation, this Elder Lu must be one of the 6 elders that Tan Dijun had roped in. However, his strength was limited, only at the level of a 1-star martial supreme. Finally, the familiar figure came into Yunxiao's sight. After a beam of light fell, Mei Donger appeared, standing behind an old woman. The old woman's long brocade robe had 2 cranes embroidered on it, and they were chasing each other. After she greeted everyone one by one, she found a seat in the middle of the front row and sat down. From her position should be relatively high among the many elders. Mei Donger, on the other hand, was wearing a peacock green butterfly dress, which set off her fair face. Although she was not an absolute beauty, she still attracted everyone's attention. Yunxiao could hear many people around him drooling. However, Mei Donger's face was expressionless. Instead, her gaze fell below the viewing platform, as if she was looking for something in the crowd. Her eyes were filled with loneliness. Suddenly, her eyes fell on Yunxiao, and she was taken aback. Then, she looked overjoyed, and her eyes shone with a rare smile. If her master He Yenrong was not here, she would have shouted it out. Yunxiao smiled and made a gesture at her. Dong-er, you know that person? Mei Dong-er's movement was immediately noticed by He Yenrong. She frowned and fixed her eyes on Yunxiao as she said in surprise, Who is that kid? He's about the same age as you, but he has the cultivation of a peak 5-star martial grandmaster. Her tone revealed traces of shock. Mei Dong-er's talent was already uncountable in the entire Big Dipper sect, and it was difficult to find a second person. He didn't expect to find such a talented junior. When Mei Donger heard He Yenrong's question, she immediately became nervous and hurriedly said, Yes, this is the person who saved me in the back mountain that day. What? He Yenrong was shocked and almost jumped up. After Mei Donger returned that day, she told He Yenrong about what had happened in the back mountain in detail. However, Yin Yen and Yuan Qiushuang were the disciples of the other 2 elders, so she had no right to punish them. Moreover, the 2 elders were people who were extremely difficult to provoke. In addition, Yin Yen's family background was not small, so although she was angry, the sect's great competition was approaching, so she did not dare to act rashly and do anything shocking. Instead, she quietly told Zhang Linghua about this matter, and Zhang Linghua also told her to hold back and wait until after the sect competition. Now, when she saw the person who had saved Mei Donger that day, she was shocked and had a good impression of him. Do you know the background of this person? Mei Donger shook her head and timidly added after a long while, I only feel that he is unfathomable. Unfathomable? He Yenrong frowned slightly, as if she was thinking about the coldness of his words. Her eyes never left Yunxiao for a moment, but they became very gentle. Another ray of light shot into the viewing platform. A skinny old man in a blue robe swept his gaze over the crowd. Without saying hello to anyone, he strode toward the seat in front of him. However, none of them felt that it was inappropriate. Instead, they all stood up and bowed politely to the old man. Many of the elders appeared to be very respectful. Even He Yenrong hurriedly stood up and greeted, Elder Feng. The old man didn't respond and went straight to his own seat. He sat down as if there was no one around and directly closed his eyes to rest. The crowd on the viewing platform did not feel that Elder Feng's actions were out of place. On the contrary, they felt that it was the case. However, when it landed in the eyes of the crowd below, it caused an uproar. Fuck! Who's that old man? Do his parents know that he's so cool? Do you want to die? That's Elder Feng. the head of the Big Dipper sect's 10 great elders. His strength isn't any weaker than sect Master Zhang's. Woof! The old man I was talking about was that one-star martial grandmaster over there. Don't you fucking associate my words with the revered Elder Feng. Do you want to die? Ing Luo, fuck your sister. You're obviously talking about Elder Feng. How could I not know Elder Feng? You little brat, your heart is really hateful. You actually want to draw hatred for me. Today I finally saw your true face. Our friendship ends. Yunxiao turned to look at Elder Feng. If he glanced at him inadvertently, he would find the old man as ordinary and unremarkable as he was. Even if he gave him a light glance, he would not find anything special about him. However, if one looked closely at the Xianxia, one would realize that one could not see his true face. It only gave one a sense of trance, and his face was faintly discernible. This old man is really strong. It's very likely that he's a half-step martial emperor. Yunxiao frowned inwardly. He did not know whether the old man had been roped in by Tan Dijuan. If not, he would be in a much more dangerous situation when two half-step martial emperors attacked him at the same time. Haha, Sect Master Liang is here too. Sorry for not welcoming you. On the viewing platform, He Ingrong stood up with a smile. Under the protection of a group of people, a middle-aged man in white walked over with a smile. He was dressed like a scholar and had the aura of a sect leader. He was the sect leader of the New Moon sect, Xiao Minghui. The New Moon sect was not a weak local power in Southfire City, and it had played an extremely important role in resisting the Chamber of Commerce. Once again, Yunxiao saw a familiar face. Liang Quan was also in the crowd behind Xiao Minghui, but he had a straight face and an absent-minded look, as if he had something very deep in his heart. There was also a slightly calmer man who looked similar to Liang Quan, following behind Xiao Minghui. He should be the deputy sect leader, Liang Yi. Elder He is too polite. It is already a great honor for Minghui to have Elder Yu accompanying him. Xiao Minghui was gentle and elegant. He responded very generously and appropriately. Everyone was already familiar with each other. An old man in a gray robe beside Xiao Minghui stroked his beard and laughed. Being able to talk with Sect Master Xiao, this Yu has benefited a lot. He made an inviting gesture and arranged for Xiao Minghui to sit on the left side of the front row, while he himself sat down between He Ingrong and Elder Feng on the right side. He was obviously the second in command among the elders, and his strength was also extraordinary. There were still 4 empty seats in the middle, probably reserved for the few people with the highest status in Southfire City. The 10 great elders of the Big Dipper sect have all arrived. I've seen a few elders appear in succession these few days, and now they're all here. Following Elder Yu's arrival, all 10 elders of the Big Dipper sect arrived, with Elder Feng as their leader. His eyes were still closed, and he paid no attention to the outside world. The last one was the 1-star Marshal Supreme, Elder Lu. Nonsense! Don't you know what day it is today? These 20 disciples who are going to be in the finals are basically all disciples of these elders. Of course, I have to be concerned. Yes, it's said that if you can make it into the top 10, the teaching elders will also have great benefits. You must know that these elders are all martial honors, and any one of them has great power in Nanhua City. Look, the 2 sect masters of the Wufu sect have arrived. The sect leader of the Big Dipper sect, Zhang Linghua, and the sect leader of the Sky Scorpion sect, Li Fengyu. Yunxiao looked in the direction of a beam of light and saw several figures in the viewing gallery. The man on the left was wearing a long green robe with deep and dark eyes, but his face was slightly pale, and he seemed to be in low spirits. The person on the right was dressed in a light mist luoi. He had a relatively strong physique, and his every movement revealed a kind of unhurried calmness. It was the Sky Scorpion sect's sect leader, Li Fengyu. The arrival of the 2 immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the viewing gallery. Even Elder Feng opened his eyes slightly and nodded at the 2 of them. Yunxiao carefully sent his divine sense over, but it was immediately blocked by an invisible force. Instead, the force followed his divine sense and followed him. His expression changed slightly and he decisively cut off his divine sense, pretending to be an ordinary cultivator and looking at the several people in the audience with admiration. Zhang Linghua frowned slightly and glanced at Yunxiao with a suspicious look on her face, but she only snorted lightly and did not take it seriously. "Brother Zhang, what's wrong?" Li Fengyu saw that there was something wrong with his expression and asked in surprise. "I'm fine." Zhang Linghua shook her head and smiled. "Brother Li, please take a seat." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They went forward and sat on the seats on the left in the middle, leaving 2 empty seats. Everyone's eyes were cold, knowing that they were left for the Chamber of Commerce. Although there were constant hidden fights, everyone still got along harmoniously on the surface. This Li Fengyu's strength is very strong. He actually set up a divine sense barrier. I can't figure out his background. In fact, it was not that his divine sense was not strong enough, but if he were too brazen, he would be discovered by the other party very soon. However, as long as he had not reached the rank of a marshal supreme, he did not need to worry too much. After Zhang Linghua sat down, she said, "Let's start." Behind him, Elder Yu stood up and transmitted his voice. "Don't wait for Lei Xianxia." Zhang Linghua waved her hand and interrupted him. She said coldly, "We're already prepared. Since they don't want to come, then they don't need to come." Elder Yu nodded his head lightly and walked forward. He said loudly, "The last day of the Big Dipper Sex competition will now begin. Now, according to the order of drawing lots, please enter the arena one by one." "Haha, sect leader Zhang, we're just half a step late, and you're going to turn us away?" A clear voice came from the distance and reverberated throughout the mountain. Everyone looked out, but it was empty. There was no one. It was empty outside the mountain, so he didn't know where the voice came from. Zhang Linghua sneered and waved her hand. Everyone felt a light breeze blowing past them, and they felt unspeakably comfortable. It blew towards the mountain, and a white ray of light surged up from the top of the mountain, forming a light curtain that covered the entire mountain peak, isolating it from the outside world. "Haha! Sect leader Zhang is too stingy." The voice rang out again, and a sound wave spread out in the air like a wave, pushing against the white defense and deforming it. A 7th-tier Golden Sun battleship appeared in the sky, blocking out the sun. The entire mountain became dark. The battleship slowly approached, as if it was going to crash into the defense. The faces of everyone on the viewing platform changed, each and every one of them glaring at him. The rogue cultivators below were all shocked as well, and fear spread in their hearts. Everyone knew the relationship between the Chamber of Commerce and the local forces. Zhang Linghua stood up from her seat and said with a sharp gaze, "Inglin, come to my Big Dipper sect on a warship. I really hope you can give me an explanation." A hearty laugh came from the battleship, and a few figures emerged from it. The man in the lead was wearing a purple robe with dragon patterns embroidered on it. He grinned and made a hand seal. The Golden Sun battleship immediately transformed into a miniature ship that he held in his palm. This man was none other than the president of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce's branch in Southfire City, Inglin. He laughed while holding the Golden Sun warship. "Sect leader Zhang, you worry too much. This Golden Sun battleship is my gift to the rising stars of the Big Dipper sect. It's the prize for the champion of the competition." As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. All of them were shocked. Although the Golden Sun battleship was only a 7th-tier item, its value was definitely above that of an ordinary 8th-tier mystic weapon. In this era where alchemists and all kinds of natural treasures were scarce, even martial emperors rarely had 9th-tier mystic artifacts. An 8th-tier profound weapon was basically the most precious profound weapon that every cultivator dreamed of. The expressions of the young disciples of the Big Dipper sect on the viewing platform changed slightly, revealing an expression of surprise and uncertainty. This battleship was too large and they basically had no use for it. But if they were to auction it, they could definitely exchange it for a low-quality 8th-tier profound armament. Just thinking about it made him excited, especially Chang Yu, who was the favorite to win the championship. He couldn't help but feel his palms sweat. "It's rare that sect leader Nie is so thoughtful," said Zhang Linghua indifferently. "However, don't make such a big move next time. This Zhang almost directly activated the mountain-protecting Great Formation and blasted you all into dregs. His words were filled with endless coldness, and all the cultivators who were making a racket suddenly shut up. Only then did he remember the relationship between the two factions. His words were filled with coldness and contempt for the other party. Ha! Sect leader Zhang must be joking again. The Big Dipper sect's small mountain-protecting formation is just a toy for children to play with. It's not worth mentioning in the eyes of our Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. It's just good enough to scare children. Gao Lin flew down from the sky with the others, and after a round of sarcastic remarks, he laughed and said, "Today is your sect's grand occasion. Let's not talk about these boring things." "Indeed. Please take a seat here," Li Fengyu also said with a dark face. "If it wasn't for the Big Dipper sect's grand event today, you probably wouldn't be able to return, haha." Chu Lin didn't mind and sat down beside the two of them. "By the way, I've seen Elder Lu of the Heavenly Scorpion sect before. Why hasn't he appeared for a long time? Did he meet with any accidents?" "You!" Li Fengyu's expression changed drastically. The aura on his body moved, and he furiously said, "As expected, it was your doing." He clenched his 5 fingers so tightly that they made a crackling sound. He gritted his teeth and said, Good. It's really good." Qiu Lin sneered complacently, crossed his legs, and stopped talking. The person beside him was much calmer. He also sat on the 4th chair, not saying a word. Zhang Linghua glanced at the man, her pupils shrinking. "This scum looks unfamiliar. Is he a new lackey of your Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce?" The 4th person's face twitched slightly, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Then, he returned to his calm expression and did not answer. "Haha, I almost forgot to introduce you," said Gao Lin with a laugh. "This is the president of the Sky Crane Business Council, Fang Tianhe. Everyone should have heard of him, right? They didn't hide their words at all, and everyone present could hear them clearly. They were all drenched in cold sweat. If it was anyone else who spoke like that, they would have been killed by the other party." Yun Xiao was taken aback as he looked at Fang Tianhe. It turned out that this man was the president of the Sky Crane Trade Union, who was closing in on the Purple Cloud Trade Union. He was indeed in cahoots with the Thunderwind Trade Union, and from the looks of it, he was still following Wu Lin's lead. The Sky Crane Merchant Association? Zhang Linghua's brows furrowed, but her expression relaxed and she smiled. "President Qian, you must be joking. There are so many miscellaneous chambers of commerce in the Merchant Union. Hundreds of them disappear every day and hundreds of new ones are established. The changes are too fast. How can I know so much? Maybe one day, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce will suddenly disappear. That's not surprising at all." "Haha, sect leader Zhang said so. There is no chamber of commerce that will last forever in this world, and there is no force that will stand tall forever." Lin didn't seem to mind at all. He smiled and said, "However, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce is a permanent member of the Business Alliance. By the time it disappears, I'm afraid that the Big Dipper sect and the Heavenly Scorpion sect will have long been gone." A gloomy expression appeared on Li Fengyu's face as he snorted, "A permanent member?" The Merchant Union's martial arts and sorcery conventions would be held in Songyue City in a month. It was said that several extremely powerful existences had emerged this time. Could the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce secure their position this time? I'm not optimistic about you guys, and I'm planning to go to Songyue City to open a bet and bet that you guys will lose. I'll come back after earning a lot of money." Welcome, Sect Leader Li," Lin said with a smile. "You're welcome to give us vitality stones. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce will definitely raise a lot of money to bet with you." The words of the few people were full of ridicule, attacking each other, unwilling to back down in the slightest, and the smell of gunpowder was also getting stronger and stronger. However, they all controlled themselves very well and did not make a move. Everyone was an old fox. It was fine if they fought verbally, but if they really fought, it would be a matter of great harm to their bones and vitality. When they were almost done attacking each other, Zhang Linghua said, "Let's start the competition." Elder Yu nodded his head slightly before stepping forward and shouting, "All disciples, please enter the arena according to the order of drawing lots. In order to select the 10 pro-disciples in the most reasonable way, the Big Dipper sects competition rules were also very reasonable. They would be divided into 2 sects according to their cultivation base, and they would draw lots to fight each other. This way, they could avoid disciples of similar strength being eliminated from each other to the greatest extent. The first to go on stage was Mei Dong-er. She gently leaped up from the viewing platform, like a small green flower that had suddenly bloomed. The butterflies on her long dress danced along with her body, giving off a simple and natural beauty in the mountains, causing everyone's eyes to light up. Mei Dong-er leaped onto the largest arena and sneaked a glance at Yunxiao, who was in the crowd. When she saw him smiling at her, she blushed and quickly turned her eyes away. "Young Master Yun, this little girl seems to be interested in you," Pingyingi said softly. Yunxiao turned his head and said, "Are you jealous?" Pingyingi, Ingluo. A look of admiration appeared in Gao Lin's eyes as he praised. "This little girl is really not bad. She's pretty and talented. It's a pity that she cast pearls before swine." The other Big Dipper sect disciple gently flew up to the arena, looking very nervous. He was only a 3-stars martial grandmaster, and he was holding a 6th-tier profound level treasured saber. He cupped his fists at Mei Dong-er and said with a bitter smile, "Junior Sister Mei, please show some mercy later and give me some face." Mei Dong-er smiled. "Senior Brother Yun, you're too humble. Please give way to Junior Sister." Senior Brother Yun shook his head with a wry smile. He picked up the saber and waved it around. "Junior Sister, please. I will do my best. Please don't be stingy with your teachings." After he finished speaking, he didn't hesitate. With the infusion of vital qi, the treasured saber let out a trembling sound and attacked first. He knew the gap between him and Mei Dong-er. If he had made the first move, he might have been able to hold on for a while longer, and even have a chance of winning. Mei Dong-er stood unmoving. She stretched out her arms and moved forward. Her arms moved slightly like a green water bird that was lightly swimming. An invisible force appeared around her body, forming a circular defensive barrier. Clang! Senior Brother Yun's treasured saber came straight down and landed on the defensive barrier. The blade stopped halfway through, blocked by the spiritual pressure and unable to go any deeper. "What?" Senior Brother Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Bean-sized beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. How could the gap be so big? He couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. What was he supposed to do? "Unseal!" He roared in shock and anger. The surging yuan power crazily poured into the 6th-tier profound weapon, and the blade light instantly grew dramatically. The spiritual pressure that it felt was no longer as strong as before, and it gradually pierced into the weapon. Mei Dong-er's expression didn't change. Although her defensive power was constantly being shattered, she was still at ease. She retracted her hands, and the circular defense instantly disappeared. The saber light suddenly stabbed upwards, and she lightly stepped back. Her right hand's 5 fingers closed together, and she slapped the back of the saber. Bang! The treasured saber was directly shaken to the side, and the powerful force collided with the saber light. The backlash made Senior Brother Yun's arm numb, and he couldn't hold the hilt. After Mei Dong-er struck out with her palm, she leaned forward and punched Senior Brother Yun's right shoulder with her left hand, sending him flying out of the arena. The entire competition only lasted for a few breaths. It was simple and clear without any sloppiness. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then the whole venue burst into applause and cheers. Mei Dong-er's face was calm, and she didn't even take a breath. She stood there quietly after sending out a palm and a fist. Under the applause of the crowd, she bowed neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Thank you for letting me win, Senior Brother Yun." Senior Brother Yun stood up from the outside of the arena. He felt that his right side was numb and cold, and he couldn't feel anything at all. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's because Junior Sister is too strong. Senior Brother is convinced of his defeat." He didn't think there was anything to be embarrassed about, so he put away the treasured saber and returned to the viewing platform. Li Fengyu's eyes flickered as he praised, The Big Dipper sect is indeed full of talented people. Not only does it have Chang Yu, who is close to the martial emperor realm, but Mei Dong-er's talent is even higher than Chang Yu's. Zhang Linghua smiled and didn't say anything. Gao Lin's face was filled with silence, and he didn't say anything to mock him. When the other 18 participating disciples on the viewing platform heard Li Feng use praise, they all had different expressions, each with their own thoughts. Chang Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness, but he soon regained his calm. Yuan Qiushuang was also among them. Her face was scarier than anyone else's, and her fingers were almost digging into her palm. He Yingrong was also very satisfied with Mei Dong-er's performance. She nodded her head approvingly to show her encouragement. The disciples who came up next were also fighting very fiercely. The surrounding martial artists were shouting again and again. There was no more relaxed confrontation like the first one. But Yunxiao was not interested in all this at all. He kept yawning and almost fell asleep. It wasn't until Cheng Yu, the number 1 disciple among the young disciples, went up that he opened his eyes slightly, wanting to see how strong this kid was. Cheng Yu's opponent was sighing and mumbling about how unlucky he was. He was a big fat 5-stars martial grandmaster. He carried a big hammer and walked up to the ring in a funny way, which caused a burst of laughter. The fat man's master stood on the stage with a gloomy face. He suddenly shouted, "By Zimo, get your spirits up and be serious. If you don't perform to your best, you'll be in for a good time." The fat man's fat jiggled and he hurriedly raised his spirit. He placed the big hammer on the stage and his aura continued to rise. His comical action made the crowd burst into laughter. Cheng Yu could not help but smile and said softly, "Junior brother Bai, don't be so nervous." "Humph." Bai Zimo snorted. "You're my opponent. How can I not be nervous?" "Senior brother Cheng," he whispered, "let me hold on a little longer. If I'm knocked down by you after a few moves, my master will scold me to death." A sly look flashed across the fat man's face. While he was talking, he suddenly made a move. His short and fat leg kicked the copper hammer. With a clang, the hammer flew up like a meteor and arrived in front of Cheng Yu in an instant. This time, the attack was as fast as lightning. The light on the hammer grew brighter, like a fireball emitting an intense light. Bai Zimo poured all his strength into it, planning to succeed with a sneak attack. This came down too suddenly, and the people around didn't react in time. They all scolded this fatty for being too cunning. Cheng Yu's pupils shrank and a look of ridicule appeared on his face as he snorted inwardly. "Humph, a few moves? Do you think you can take a few moves from me?" Without thinking, he threw a punch at the huge hammer with his bare fist. Bang! Under everyone's shocked gazes, the copper hammer was actually blocked by a small punch. Under the extremely strong pressure emitted from the tip of Cheng Yu's fist, the hammer suddenly bounced off. The huge hammer changed shape at a visible rate, turning into an oval. Then it bounced off and the huge force of the rebound was all transmitted to Bai Zimo. With a cold snort, Cheng Yu once again turned his fist into a palm and caught up to the hammer. With a bang, the hammer accelerated its power and instantly hit Bai Zimo's body, sending him flying with his fat body. Bai Zimo did not even manage to make a sound before he turned into a shooting star and was sent flying hundreds of meters, falling into the valley. This change happened too quickly. Before everyone could react to Bai Zimo's despicable and cunning actions, they realized that the fatty was no longer in sight. Everyone was in shock. Bai Zimo! Bai Zimo's master, who was on the viewing platform, was shocked. He turned into a stream of light and rushed into the valley. Cheng Yu's face was cold as he stood on the stage. His eyes swept across the viewing platform complacently, especially pausing on Mei Dong-er for a moment before disappearing. Elder Yu's expression darkened as he said, "Cheng Yu, that punch of yours had already decided the outcome of the battle. So why did you follow up with a palm strike? With such a heavy blow, Bai Zimo's life was in danger. Don't you know that in a competition between fellow disciples, you should stop when you're done?" Cheng Yu could hear the deep reproachful tone in his words and snorted in dissatisfaction. "It was that damn fat pig who ambushed me first. Elder Yu didn't condemn the person who sneaked an attack, but instead blamed me for being ruthless. If it wasn't for my extraordinary strength, I'm afraid I would be the one lying on the arena now. I wonder if Elder Yu will also uphold justice for me at that time. Anger flashed across Elder Yu's face and he was about to scold. Zhang Linghua raised her hand and stopped him. Next, seeing that the sect master had also come out to protect him, Chang Yu was secretly happy and flew back to the stands. This disciple is quite interesting, sect leader Zhang, said Gao Lin suddenly with a smile. The Big Dipper sect is indeed full of talents and doesn't lack any kind of people. Same to you, Zhang Linghua replied indifferently. Elder Yu also considered that it was not appropriate to argue with Cheng Yu in this situation, so he announced the start of the next round. Yun Xiao shook his head slightly, as if he also did not like Cheng Yu. Ping Yingyi sneered. This guy thinks he's smart and wants to show off his strength. In the end, he left a very bad impression on these big bosses. He even praised himself and was self-satisfied. He's so full of himself that he can't achieve great things. The results of the top 10 were announced very quickly. The next round would be the ranking battle between the top 10. Everyone's face was filled with joy. It was already a fact that they had become the sect master's personal disciple. As for the top 10 ranking battle, only a few people had such thoughts, because only the top 3 could make a request to the sect master. Chang Yu and Shi Kaishan had basically been decided internally, and there was only one spot left. Only a limited number of people were qualified to fight for it. Zhang Linghua looked at the high-spirited crowd and smiled. I was the same as you all back then. I walked out of this arena. I hope that the Big Dipper sect can become one of the top sects in the eastern region. Everyone who talks about my Big Dipper sect will be filled with deep respect. I definitely won't let sect master down. The 10 of them felt their blood boiling as they shouted in unison. Their voices shook the valley and echoed continuously. Even Gao Lin's expression changed slightly. Zhang Linghua nodded in satisfaction, signaling for Elder Yu to continue. Elder Yu took out 10 small balls. There are 5 groups of numbers here. If you get 2 with the same number, you'll have to compete. 10 rays of light shot out from his hand. The 10 disciples were shocked and chased after them one after another. Each of them reached out to grab the light. Chang Yu grabbed one first and spread his hands. The ball of light condensed into a small ball in his hand, with a bright red 1 on it. The rest of the people's hearts tightened, and they carefully opened their hands, afraid that they would have the same name as Cheng Yu. Under the flickering light, they began to condense one by one. Mei Dong-er's expression changed drastically. The word 1 was clearly printed on the ball in her hand. Everyone's eyes fell on her hand. Hearing this, they all heaved a sigh of relief, then gloated. Yuan Qiushuang couldn't help but giggle and said, Junior sister Dong-er is really lucky to have the opportunity to ask senior brother Cheng Yu for advice. We're all so envious. Mei Dong-er's face was filled with despair, and her eyes suddenly became empty and lifeless. Cheng Yu was slightly stunned, and then he snorted coldly, revealing a cold smile. He Yingrong looked from afar and frowned. She waved Mei Dong-er over and said, Dong-er, don't have too much of a psychological burden. This is also a good opportunity to test yourself and see how big the gap between you and Cheng Yu is. I think this is a good thing. Mei Dong-er pursed her pale lips and shook her head slightly. What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? He Yingrong was taken aback and frowned. Mei Dong-er didn't say a word. After a long while, she shook her head and said in a low voice, No, I didn't. He Yingrong patted her shoulder to encourage her. Don't give yourself too much pressure. Just do your best. As for Cheng Yu, although he sent by Zimo flying with a single move, he wouldn't dare to do that to you. As long as I'm here, I won't let you get hurt. Mei Dong-er's heart felt warm as she softly responded. The number plate ball was in her hand and had already been crushed into a ball. It was completely shapeless. After drawing lots, Elder Yu said, Let's start. You may not have been able to display your full potential in the previous matches. This round will be the toughest match for everyone, because the strength of any fellow sect member could not be tested. The 2 number 1s, come on stage now. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Yu looked up at the sky and laughed. He flew down from the viewing platform in an extremely carefree manner, his face still maintaining a calm smile, as if he did not care about any of the matches at all, and was just playing around. He was the only one who had the strength to have such an attitude. Everyone was waiting to see who the unlucky person he would be facing off against would be. They saw Mei Dong, this little green flower, float down. Her face was ashen, but it made her look even more pure and moving. What? It's her. Everyone was shocked, shaking their heads and sighing in regret. Mei Dong's fresh and pleasant image and extraordinary strength instantly became the one with the most fans. When everyone saw that Chang Yu's opponent was her, they all showed bitter faces and sighed. Chang Yu extended his hand gracefully and chuckled. Junior Sister Mei is known as the most talented person in the Big Dipper sect. I've been suffering because I didn't have the chance to see her. Today I can fulfill my wish by chance. Mei Dong took a light breath to calm herself down. A sword appeared in her hand and she pointed it at Chang Yu. She scolded, "Senior brother Chang, I will do my best. I don't care who my opponent is. I must enter the top 3.